kind of do that.
You do it more lately, though, right?
Yeah, unless you want to start playing covers. We are live from Riverside Revival for Public Radio Music Day. I'm Anna Lee, and I'm so happy to be here with my guest, Andrew Leahey.
Hello.
And his guitar player, Jay. Say your last name for me, Jay.
Dumachowski.
Dumachowski. Yes, did I get it right?
You did. Yes. It takes a while.
Success. So happy to have you guys here. Andrew is an artist that we've been supporting at WMOT for a while, an artist that I've been a fan of for I'm not even sure how long, but I think I nailed it down recently when I got a Facebook memory of a photo of a songwriters round. I might have even shared it with you. I can't remember now. At Puckett's downtown.
I used to play that place so much. Yeah, I think it would have been late 2011, early 2012.
Yeah.
And I was explaining to one of your coworkers that you were the MC for the benefit when I had my whole brain surgery thing. And I appreciate that. I'll always appreciate that.
That was a trip. Let's remember that for a little bit. Well, first of all, if you're just tuning in or watching and you've not experienced Andrew before and heard our interviews before, because we did a whole deep dive when American Static came out.
Right.
We did a two-parter. We did like the Andrew Leahey anthology.
I love it.
It was great. But yes, Andrew had brain surgery, and I'll let you tell us a little bit about that experience and how you discovered what it was and all
Sure. Well, the operation, it'll be 11 years in like 2 weeks. Wow. Or something, but I had a brain tumor on my hearing nerve called an acoustic neuroma. Neuroma means a nerve tumor, and acoustic is the nerve that I had, my hearing nerve. So yeah, just had a classic craniotomy for like 12 hours or something. Just classic run-of-the-mill brain surgery. And my hospital bills were just insurmountable. And we had a benefit, and you hosted it, and like Jason Isbell played, and the Wild Feathers, and Nikki Lane, Derek Hoke, and Great Peacock.
Good memory. That was everybody.
It was everybody.
So it did not affect your memory because that was really good.
It didn't. It affected my hearing a little bit, and I get pretty bad headaches. But I'll remember that show. I think it was the best show of my life.
It was really impressive that you were able to be there because it wasn't that long after your surgery, and your Vanderbilt doctors were there.
Yeah, their minds were kind of blown. Yeah, I was there. I don't recall a lot of it. I was on some crazy medication to help the pain, but I think I got on stage to announce somebody. I hope I did it right. I hope I didn't just tell jokes and make a fool out of myself.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, that led to some songs that you wrote for the album right after that. Was that Airwaves or was there one before that?
No, the album right after that was Skyline and Central Time.
Right, and so that experience led to some of the songs that were on that album.
It did. I think it led to a lot of the songs. I think on the Skyline album, not to like disparage one of our albums, but I feel like I was a little too close to the canvas. I didn't quite know what that experience meant. I'm still working out what it all means, but I feel like on a couple albums later, especially the ones that Jay was on, we kind of got to it a little bit more.
Yeah, but still finding yourself and recovering from something like that, and you were just responding to your experience, which to me is the beauty of songwriting.
Yeah.
You told some stories on that album that were relatable to people that hadn't gone through brain surgery. So
it's a small club, but
but you're a great songwriter, and you're really good at telling stories and drawing people in with your stories and making them super accessible with your melodies. So
thank you. And I have metal plates in my head, or screws in my head.
So
and they're titanium, actually. I don't know if that qualifies as metal, because I can go through an airport.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It doesn't set off any alarms.
It might set off a heavy metal album to come. I don't know.
We'll see. Hair metal, perhaps. You and I need to talk about
stranger
that.
things have happened. So, but the big news today is that there is a brand new album that's coming. So after Skyline and Central Time, we had Airwaves.
Yes.
And then we had 2 American Static albums, which I still listen to a lot and love.
Thank you.
All of your
Volumes
music.
1 and 2.
Yeah, volumes 1 and 2. And so now. Tell us what's to come. We're so excited. This is the announcement of a new project.
Yeah, this is a scoop, guys, in Radioland for Public Radio Music Day. We have a new album. It's called Kick, Move, Shake. I had to practice that in the car because I forget even what we called it. I confuse the order of those words. I guess it's our pop album. I feel like we've always been kind of a pop rock band, and this would be more on the pop side. And we often get compared to Tom Petty, so if you're going to keep that comparison going, I guess this would be our Full Moon Fever, which is a pop album, if you listen to it.
Jeff Lynne's influence.
Totally.
Yeah.
But so we have a lot of synths, and we worked on it with a guy named Gregory Latimer, who did a lot of the recent Aaron Lee Tasjan albums.
Mm-hmm. That are skewing sort of pop also. So,
totally. Yeah. He's the one who helped Aaron get weird. Aaron, I love Aaron. Aaron needs no help getting weird.
That's true.
He's the one who went with Aaron down the weird trail, and he helped us get weird too. So a lot of keyboards, to me it's kind of a Cars album or an NXS album, but it's us still. So you guys should totally play it when it comes out, which will be in 2025 at some point. We don't know when, but it's coming out next year.
Yeah. Well, I will on the local brew. That's one thing about that show that I love is getting to stretch the boundaries a little bit of Americana music, American roots music. And there's just a lot of stuff influenced by the forefathers of that music. And I'll do whatever sounds good to me and fits in the mix is going to end up on the local brew.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that years ago, I would have been worried at least about making an album that wasn't as kind of cleanly or clearly designed for one radio format. And in the past, I always made albums, and I knew who I was going to have work the publicity and who I was going to have work the radio promotion. And I didn't have any of those plans this time. We just wanted to make a record.
You were just feeling the music.
And it feels great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what inspired the sort of, is it just like the way you grew up or the 80s sort of influence in these songs?
I think it's both of those things. I did grow up in the 80s listening to that, and I've always enjoyed that kind of music, and we always hinted at it a bit. Like there was a song called Become the Enemy on one of the American Static albums. I think perhaps Volume 1. I confused the order.
A lot
the
of
songs on that album, on those albums as well. But just kind of always an era that we drew from. And then when COVID was happening, Jay and I played a weekly live stream for a year and a half.
I remember that.
And we wanted to make a new show every time. And a year and a half of weekly live streams is a lot of live streams. So I think we learned over 400 cover songs.
I was going to say there had to be some covers in there.
We have a Spotify playlist, and we just couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah.
So a whole lot of that was 80s music. I love the production. I love how you put headphones on and it just kind of encompasses your whole head. Everything is locked in.
New sounds are popping out everywhere.
And I love the rhythmic aspect of it. And we are not in our 20s anymore.
You're not?
No, unfortunately. I don't want to, speak for you, but I feel active. I just feel good about myself, and I want music that moves.
Yeah.
And Kick, Move, Shake, the title of the record is a paraphrased thing that my yoga teacher will say, not to get all hippie on you, but I just liked that there's a connotation of, like a movement and momentum, and that's what our new album is. I think there's one ballad, everything else is real upbeat.
It's going to make you kick, move, and shake.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I like that. You mentioned Tom Petty.
Yeah.
We who doesn't love Tom Petty? Seriously.
I don't want to meet them.
I don't want to know you exactly is what I was going to say. But I believe when we did the interviews for American Static, you told me that that's where you met Elizabeth Cook initially, was at one of the Tom Petty benefits that I think you put together. It was like days after he passed.
It was the week that he passed.
Everybody freaked out and jumped into tribute mode. We ended up at Basement East. And tell us a little bit about that story.
Well, it was Grimey's idea. Mike Grimes, who owns Grimey's, the music store, and the Basement East. I think it was the Wednesday of that week. I think he died on a Monday.
It was a Monday, yeah.
Yeah, and Grimey just wanted. It was me, John Latham, Sadler Vaden, a couple other people. He kind of like put us into a house band, and he booked a bunch of guests, and we just played Tom Petty covers. It was free. I think maybe you could donate. I forget where the money went to. I'm sure it was a very worthy, charitable cause. And I'd met Elizabeth at a grocery store, at the food co-op beforehand, but we never played music together. And that night we were just kind of randomly paired together, and we did Room at the Top. And I remember walking into the green room prior to that, and Elizabeth and my wife were talking, and I was like, okay, good. Like, they're friends already. That's like half of the work right there. And then we just had a connection on stage, and I texted her afterwards, and I said, I'd love to play with you, and she said, sure.
And
it was literally all it took.
You've been with her ever since, and that was in 2017.
Yeah, and within a couple of weeks of that, we were in Atlanta opening up for Driving and Crying.
Wow.
We've done a lot since we last year we were on the road with Willie Nelson.
I was going to ask you about that. Did you go on the bus?
No, I didn't go on the bus, but I did do what you're hinting at. But
yes, there's a connotation there when you talk about Willie's bus.
Elder statesman, and they want to, keep him healthy. So they're like, you're not going to get on the bus with Willie. You're not going to get to smoke with Willie. Unfortunately.
But you got to meet him.
We got to get on stage with him and do a couple songs at the end of every night, which was amazing and terrifying at the same time.
I can imagine. That is super cool.
And he would just call out songs. I didn't always know what they were, and then you're on stage in front of like 18,000 people trying to act like this Willie Nelson, like a deep cut. But it was an amazing experience.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah,
that is so cool.
I love playing with Elizabeth for a number of reasons, but the access to just like icons like that is amazing. It's one of the best reasons.
And you guys have done a bunch of the cruises, the Outlaw Country cruises.
Every year.
Yeah, you do another cruise too. Are you on the rock cruise or something?
Yeah, Jay and I in our band in Andrew Lay in the Homestead, we've done the rock boat twice.
Okay.
I would love to do it again. I think maybe when they hear this album, maybe they'll put us back on.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
But like 2 cruises in 1 month is a lot of cruise.
That's a lot of cruise.
I need
in one year.
I need to train for that.
Yeah.
So I guess we have a year or so to work toward that.
So you're right now, you're still playing with Elizabeth.
Yep.
And you're still her band leader, right?
I'm her band leader, her guitarist, her TM, tour manager, all that.
All that.
I drive the van. I don't drink, so at the end of the night, I can drive the van back to the hotel. Everybody else can have a good time.
Yeah, super fun.
And that's what I told her when I gave her a text, back, the week that Tom Petty passed away. I said, I would love to play with you. I don't drink. I'll drive the van. And she said, you're hired.
You're in. Yeah. Good criteria.
If anyone out there is looking for a gig, that's just, sobriety and drive the van.
You're a shoo-in.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another artist that I know you're a big fan of that. Oh, first I want to mention, you mentioned your wife, Emily, chatting with Elizabeth. And I actually met Emily really before I got to know you, because it was that night at the Writers' Round at Puckett's, and
I remember that.
We were just sitting together, and I didn't know her, and you guys hadn't even been in Nashville that long, I don't think.
Probably under a year. Yeah, you were. I was playing with Alan Thompson, I think, of
and
Lady
Don
Couch.
Gallardo. Yeah,
and Don Gallardo.
And I was just a part-time DJ at another radio station in town then, but we had a local feature, and I had heard of you. I'd played a song of yours, and I was like, oh, cool. That guy, I think it was a song called Virginia.
Yeah.
Which is your home state.
It was our power ballad, like an 8-minute power ballad. I appreciate you playing that one.
Really good, though.
Thank you.
And I loved those early songs back. You had a little EP, Summer Sleeves, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah, and there was an album before that I've kind of, wiped off the earth, but it's on eBay if you want it. And you can also just ask me. I'll give it to you for free.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Got like 1 million copies still.
Well, yeah. But don't forget about those songs, because some of those songs were really, they had substance. They were great songs. And I know a lot of artists want to say, that was back then. But you were onto something even then. So
I think we were just working out. Yeah, I was working out kind of what I wanted to do. And I think it's a moving target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's evolution, right?
Sure.
And here we are.
And here we are.
Into 80s sounds. Evolving, or would that be?
It's an evolution. I mean, we're going to play it on acoustic guitars here in a minute, so it's going to be.
Yeah.
We'll see how the translation goes.
Which is cool because I always enjoy hearing songs the way they were written.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you probably write most of your songs on acoustic guitar. Maybe you sit down at piano from time to time.
I do a lot of this album was keyboard driven.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to, if I can write a song in my head before I kind of like limit it to an instrument, I think that's when the song is best. I think. Regardless of what you try to do, your hands on whatever instrument just have, like patterns they go to. I'm always going to grab a guitar and just like do some kind of like noodling, kind of thing. If I can have a song evolve in my head before I kind of ground it in an instrument, I think that's the best move.
Okay. So that's how most of them form for you.
Try to, but then you just have to like explain this idea in your head to a producer or a bandmate and hope you don't sound crazy.
That's okay. Crazy's okay in rock and roll.
Well, that's a moving target, too.
Well, what do you want to start with today?
I think we're going to do a song called Phosphorescent. And all these songs, I mean, we played them for a private party during Americana Fest.
Oh, you did? Okay.
But that's it. So this is, like, I think it's another scoop for Public Radio Music Day.
Good job.
I'm sorry, one more thing that's a good tidbit here is that a lot of these songs on this record, we wrote at destinations, so we would take weekends and we would just go to a house somewhere, or we would have little trips where we would go different places.
So is this when you were not on the road, or was that
this was just
when you were hanging out
over time, kind of, right?
Okay.
Well, like Jay is a dad now, like times two. He just had another son about 2 weeks ago. He and his wife Jenna.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think we were trying to limit our time on the road as a result of that. But we had kind of like a creative core of the band at that time, like Jay, myself, and our friend named Dan, who's out in Massachusetts. Hello, Dan. And so we would go as a trio, and like there was a haunted mansion in Athens.
Very cool.
And there was like a ski chalet in Blue Ridge, Georgia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then just like my house in Germantown.
Yeah. That's cool. And he, one more thing. He's also, you're the DD at a lot of tours, but also very compassionate because he just mentioned, he slowed down. I'm going to tear up when I had kids.
Yeah, because you're important to him. Yeah.
It means a lot.
Well, when you get a connection, like you two have played together, like we just mentioned, since I think Airwaves, right? Since 2018. So you two have played together for a while, and you form that bond. You know what, or can kind of sense what the other one's going to do, and that makes for not just a great show for the people watching, but I'm sure for the experience for you two as well.
Yeah, synergy is a real thing.
Yeah.
When I think there was a long era of my life where I just kind of, got caught up in the rat race of everything in town, which is easy to do, but I didn't feel good about myself. I didn't allow myself to like breathe a sigh of relief unless I had just a packed schedule, playing like 180 gigs a year. And those are kind of incompatible. Like there is no relief if you're playing that often.
Right.
And so we've like slowed down a lot, but I think we've made better music.
Well, yeah. I mean, and it's all just, again, back to evolution. You're growing, you're aging, even though it doesn't look like it.
I appreciate that.
But, this is all part of life. You're just gathering these experiences together, on the road together, in the studio together. And it's really cool that it has resulted in a way for you guys to figure out time and inspiration going to different locations. I love that.
Man.
Any other cool locations? Besides a haunted mansion in the Blue Ridge Mountains, those are two.
That was fun.
And some stuff.
I think maybe just those, or just like in my head at like 3 a.m. and I hum it into my iPhone and I wake Emily up. That's not as exotic a location. I think maybe just those for this album.
You spent some time in Australia because Emily is now a veterinarian.
She is.
She's so impressive and
she's
such a great person. But you got to go over there when she was on some sort of I don't know if it was like a residency or what she was doing, but she was treating animals in Australia.
Yeah, she leads a study abroad program out there every summer. So I've been there twice, and I went to New Zealand. And this year we went to Thailand.
Wow. And that was
amazing.
All through Emily's work?
All through, I mean, the like a Thailand thing was just kind of like, hey, you're halfway across the world. I can come join you in Australia again, or we can just, like take advantage of the fact that at least one of our flights is paid for by a company. And let's go somewhere else that we, would have not necessarily gone to before.
How cool!
It was great. I did get the food poisoning, but it was worth it.
It was. Wow.
Just flying too close to the sun, eating amazing food. You're gonna, get burned once in a while, but it was worth it.
That's cool to know. I mean, I imagine all of those experiences play into what you do as a writer and a storyteller, because
Absolutely.
that's just the way to gain experience. I mean, you're going all over the world. That's super cool. And and all over the ocean, too, with cruises and wherever you end up with Elizabeth, too. Well, let's hear a song. And then there's another artist that I want to mention that I know was a big inspiration for you that plays into your story with Emily. I know I'm talking about Roger Klein.
Oh, Roger.
so
I wasn't sure what you were going to say, but
you're
yeah,
like,
Roger.
where's this going? But yeah, we'll talk about Roger. But first, let's hear Phosphorescent. This is Andrew Leahey and Jay live on WMOT for Public Radio Music Day from Riverside Revival.
Jay, am I going to count it off again?
I'll do it for you, man.
Let's both do it. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
Phosphorescent, I'm not going to get in. I can see the sunshine up ahead of me, forcing the feeling, rushing the season that always seemed to me like falling back. Instead, I take the longest way to travel that short line between the love of the game and the loss of my mind. Feel phosphorescent, I'm not going to get in. I can see the sun that's burning to my retinas. I close my eyes and still see horizons. It's a long way up, but when I start to climb, I take the longest way to travel that short line between the love of the game and the loss of my mind. 'Cause getting there late is still using your time. In the end, when they circle your bed, say the words and hold your hand. I hope the time that you got to spend brought you beautiful life as you're leaving it. In the end, this will bend and fade, and everything comes circle shape. I hope the time that you got to take was the beautiful kind from the start to the break. I take the longest way to travel that short line between the love of the game and the loss of my mind. Don't say it's too late, I'm taking my time, and the longest way to finally arrive. Feel phosphorescent, I'm not going to get in. I still feel phosphorescent, I'm not going to get in. I still.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
I
Premiere.
love that. Yeah.
Premiere.
That's so cool. Yeah, it's just fascinating to me to hear a song like that. It sounds so great on acoustics. I love the stuff you guys worked out. I know I don't play guitar, but I live with a guitar player, so I know that playing leads on acoustic is not the same as playing them on your electric.
That's true. It's tough, and you have to just kind of adjust and kind of recalibrate. Like in the other room, he suggested that rather than play an arpeggiated part, I just kind of play it harder, and that translates better on acoustic guitar.
I love that.
It's all about those moving targets, man.
Yeah, well, it's just cool to have a collaborator like that too.
Absolutely.
You know?
And the way that Jay plays guitar has kind of, not changed how I play guitar, but just it's, one of the reasons that it's worthwhile, other than he's an amazing guy, to kind of shift my schedule around what his schedule is just, I think we've got a really good guitar rapport.
That's super important.
I do agree. I mean, I grew up playing electric guitar first, but then my dad, who's actually in the studio with us right now, started getting me into Crosby, Stills and Nash and all the acoustic artists, and I just fell in love with the acoustic guitar, and that's all I played for about 15 years. I had an electric, but kind of sat in the back of the closet. Right?
Interesting.
And then I didn't start playing electric again until
Andrew?
I met him.
Wow.
And he gave me the confidence to get up on stage and play electric up front with him on stage when I was mostly playing acoustic, playing studio stuff, living in LA. And
that's so cool. And that's usually the opposite of what I hear is most people pick up an acoustic and kind of just,
That's kind of how I did it. Yeah.
Mess around. And then all of a sudden you discover that power in an amp and an electric guitar and it's unleashed. But very cool that you started the opposite way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you play live, do you trade leads? Do you both play? Because I know you like being a lead guitarist.
I do.
You do get that fix when you're with Elizabeth.
I do. And that's actually, I still consider that to be a new thing. I didn't come to town like knowing how to do any of that. I bluffed my way into a Tom Petty tribute band in town, maybe 2015.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know
And they hired
that.
me just because I had long hair and I play a Les Paul. Into a Vox, which, is one of the combinations Mike Campbell would use. Yeah. But once they were like, yeah, sure, you can be our guitarist, our usual guy can't make it. I thought, okay, now I need to actually work out how to do this thing.
So that recently is 2015.
Yeah, that recently.
That's surprising.
Yeah, and then it was really hard to keep a constant kind of lineup in my band because back then I was just on the road all the time. And not paying people great money, and we're, like splitting one hotel room in that era. I'm so sorry to anyone who was in the Homestead at that time. But I was just, like burning people out. There was constant turnover in the band. So
that's hard though,
That's true. But I thought if there's going to be any consistency, it can't be just my voice and my writing. It's got to be also an instrument. So I learned how to play, some of the leads on my early albums that I didn't play. My earliest album that I didn't play. And that just... Yeah, and then I became a lead guitarist. But you were asking about our combination. I mean, Jay is kind of like a lead rhythm player. He's so tight with how he plays, and it really, it behooves like the direction now, where it's kind of more 80s inspired. We have these guitar parts that we call Quincy's, kind of like a nod to Quincy Jones. It's actually a misnomer because I don't know if it'd be more kind of like a Steve Lukather part. But we're talking about
Elliot Easton part.
Just kind of like a palm muted, like. That kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And he's amazing at that.
And that gives me a little Cars vibe. Yeah.
When I'm singing, I can't, be as tight as I would like to. So that's, he does that, and I just play a big washy chord over it, and it works well.
It's like Nile Rodgers stuff.
That's a much better way.
Yeah, and
we should call them the Niles.
Right.
Okay.
For me personally, some of my, and it worked out perfectly. He's a great lead guitar player, and some of my favorite guitar players are guys like Steve Cropper and Carl Wilson, who are rhythm first, and people usually relegate rhythm to, well, let me just strum through, but there's so much that goes on in support that even if people don't recognize me as the one playing the solo, I like knowing that I'm part of what makes his solo pop, and it feels good to be up there and do that.
Very cool.
And people who know, and people who play with us, we do these, kind of like all-star charity shows every year, and all those people know. Jay is like the unsung hero of the Homestead's live sound.
Awesome. Well, speaking of those, we're going to get to Roger Klein in a minute, but speaking of...
Yeah, you can wait, Roger.
Yeah. Now that you guys are buddies, you can say that, but...
I love Roger. He made us like backline all the gear on the tour that we did with him earlier this summer. He can wait. Just carried amps all around the East Coast and let him play them. You got to wait your turn, Raj.
That's hilarious. But speaking of the All-Star Benefit shows, there's one coming up in January that you have been a part of for the last few years. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, and again, this all comes from the mind of Mike Grimes. So it's a tribute to the Traveling Wilburys. It comes out of a Bob Dylan thing they used to do called Dylan for the Dogs.
Oh, okay.
And they kind of expanded it but kept the animal charity focus.
Awesome.
So yeah, every year in January, coming up it'll be January 24th, 2025, but we haven't announced that. It's also, I'm positive it's not on the website.
Okay.
So that's another scoop.
But it's coming, yeah.
It's coming,
yeah.
And we'll just get a bunch of guests to come up to do either Wilbury songs or songs by the individual Wilburys. So like not Rolling Stones, like a Roy Orbison song, or Beatles song if it was a Harrison-led song or a Tom Petty song, etc. It's an amazing night. We've had amazing guests like Raul Malo of the Mavericks, or Butch Walker, Nicole Atkins, Josh Rouse, just a million people.
Man,
and we
Nicole
learned like
is
3
such a
hours
singer.
of music.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I mean, I think we all love. I would love to be in like a million different groups and bands, and play for a million different people, and get to be the guy who's like in charge and lead singer for a while too. And on a night like that, I get to have my cake and eat it too.
Yeah. And I mean, you can't, I mean, that is the super group of all super groups, right?
The Wilburys?
Yeah. I mean,
Totally.
come on.
Yeah.
I don't
Bob
know who
Dylan
played
and
bass,
Tom
though.
Petty, George
I
Harrison,
still can't
Roy
believe that
Orbison,
it's real.
Jeff Lynne. I mean, yeah.
Even today, I still can't believe that actually.
And
That
that Petty was
actually
in
happened.
his 30s when he did that. It just, that should make everybody just, feel horrible about themselves and what they've accomplished. Because it's crazy. He was in a band with a Beatle, and Roy Orbison, and he was in his 30s.
Yeah, and Dylan and Petty had to agree to do that. I mean, they're kind of private guys, I mean, they don't really extend themselves that much. It's just once in a lifetime kind of thing.
Yeah, and of course you could make that jam go on for weekend after weekend with just Bob Dylan songs,
That's
but
right.
then you throw in Tom
Well,
Petty songs, Beatles songs.
That's
What?
the tough
I know,
thing,
I
I mean,
know.
but the good thing about it is we have an endless well of songs to.
Yeah.
So for Traveling Wilburys 22, we'll still be playing new stuff.
So does anybody do ELO songs?
Oh,
like
yeah. We
Jeff
do
Lynne
ELO
songs?
songs.
Oh, good.
They're tough.
We have a woman
I
who
bet.
plays violin who has played with ELO
What?
on tour.
Wow.
We have an extra guitarist who plays with us. We'll get, like John Latham on harmonies.
Yeah.
Like Dean Moore on harmonies. I mean, we can do everything. It's amazing to play with a band that is that large, because you can do all this music that has a lot of complex
Yeah.
layers. And because it's a charity show, everybody really puts the time in. It's a highlight every year. It's amazing.
And
Super fun.
Yeah, over the summer, I'm a huge ELO guy, and I'll send him. And you have to kind of tailor these things down because there's certain ELO records that people might not know. And in the middle of
Probably a
July,
lot of them, yeah.
I'll say, hey, let's play something off Secret Messages. And he's like, I don't know, man.
Jay and I have so many arguments and just like spirited exchanges about what we need to play and what the audience wants. And yeah, I think you can put a couple songs, like for you, some inside, like deep cuts. But then you occasionally just like need to give, like Butch Walker, Plain Free Falling. Like the crowd will love that.
Of course we will.
Yeah. I'd love to play something off the Mojo album, but I don't know, who else is going to enjoy that as much as I would.
I would.
Well, maybe we'll
Should
do
have
it this
known
year.
better.
Me
That's a
too,
really good
me
one.
too.
Yeah.
And Good Enough, that's an amazing song
Yeah,
too.
that's a great album. That was one of Tom Petty's, more recent albums, even though it came out in 2015 or 16.
I think 2013 maybe.
Maybe, yeah. It's but again, still one of his more recent albums.
Yeah, amazing showing by Mike Campbell too on that record.
Yeah. That Should Have Known Better song is. I think Chris Stapleton does that on the country tribute, the
He does.
Petty country tribute. Yeah.
And there's another Petty tribute that just came out, like the Bad Monkeys soundtrack. It's a
Oh,
Vince
yeah,
Vaughn
yeah.
TV show. Everybody covering Tom Petty.
Yeah.
I understand it. I
do
want to
too.
cover Tom Petty too. I just wish that now everybody's up to it. I'm like, maybe we need to not cover Tom Petty all the time. But whatever, we're going to do it on January 24th.
Always need to cover Tom Petty. You can't go wrong.
We're not going to change that.
Good. I'm looking forward to that. So when you came to town, you mentioned that you weren't playing electric guitar. Did you come here to be a songwriter? You were also a music journalist at that time.
Yeah. Before that, I was working at this place in Ann Arbor, Michigan called allmusic.com as a music journalist. And but I wanted to play. Especially like back then, music reviews were more of a thing. It's kind of a part of the past now of music journalism. But I felt bad just like saying whether or not an album, was good.
In your opinion, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
Like, who was I? I wasn't on the road. I wasn't sleeping on floors. I wasn't like hemorrhaging money on a record. But, I was getting like a retirement account and like health benefits
Right.
and like poo-pooing somebody's hard work. So I wanted to
Wait
go
a
to a
minute.
music town. Especially, I wanted to go to a place that was going to kick my butt until I could kick back. So like to me, that was like Austin, LA, New York, or Nashville. And it just, honestly, I was watching the Food Network. And it was a Bobby Flay show where he's like, "Oh, you make good like pizza. I make good pizza, contest, like, pizza off." They had like a biscuit competition at the Loveless Cafe.
Oh, and that's what did it.
It's what put the seed. I saw that,
love
and I remember kind of thinking, "Oh, that's what Nashville looks like. That looks wonderful and bucolic, and I want to eat those biscuits." And
Yeah, beat Bobby Flay. Did they beat Bobby Flay? I saw that one. I don't remember though.
no, Bobby
hilarious.
Flay won, but it's because he made some kind of like blue corn Gouda cheese biscuit, and like Loveless has these like biscuits that they give you unlimited quantities of. Whenever you come in, you can't do that if it's a blue corn Gouda cheese biscuit. So I think it was kind of cheating, but he won.
That's kind of a limited audience too. A blue corn Gouda cheese.
I mean, I would
probably love it.
Oh yeah,
but I mean,
I'm here for it.
That's hilarious. Of course, we ended up talking about biscuits.
Always.
This is Nashville.
Every interview leads back to Gouda cheese.
That's amazing. Okay, so on to Roger Clyne, and then
Yeah.
we're going to get a couple of more songs.
Sure.
But it might have been during the American Static interview or when we were just chit-chatting one day, but you told me that it had something to do with when you and Emily first met. I know you met at the CMJ conference in New York,
That's
right?
a great memory.
I can't believe I remember that, but I do remember that. But then
We
somehow a Roger Clyne show plays in.
Yeah, he was playing the festival, and I don't think that festival happens. I don't think that publication or that chart
it was
is in existence.
College Music Journal, maybe? Is
College
that what
Music Journal.
CMJ? Okay.
Yeah, so I had like just graduated college. I moved up to New York to intern at Spin Magazine, and we were a sponsor of that music festival. And Emily, my wife, is a year younger, so she was in college in Arizona. I'd never met her before, and she was a program director of the college radio out there, and they'd flown her out to attend this, event. And so we met just at the conference component of that music festival. Like Spin had a couch. I had copies of the magazine. I was just like supposed to hand them out. And Emily was there with her boyfriend at the time. He was really cool too. We,
love
got to
this story,
talking,
yeah.
and they told me they're from Arizona. So I was like, "Do you know Roger Clyne?" And the boyfriend was like, "Oh God." And Emily was like, "I love Roger Clyne." And he was playing the next evening. So, we reconvened in line there, and it was just on. I'm really sorry about the ex-boyfriend. I'm sorry, Josh. You're never going to talk to me again. But, like him, he's like, "You married the random guy from the Roger Clyne concert?" Anyway, he's long gone. And Emily and I have been together since 2006.
That's amazing. Yay.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
And I get to go on the road with this guy at whose concert, we met. Like we were just on the road with him a couple months ago.
Yeah. So how did you end up meeting him and going on the road with him? And what happened? Did you tell him that story?
I did tell him. He was just like, "Oh, cool." I don't know what I wanted.
He wasn't as impressed as I am.
He absolutely wasn't. Like maybe he gets that a lot.
Maybe.
Like, "Oh, you met at one of my shows. Okay, whatever."
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. How did we do that? I talked my way into it.
Did you? I love that.
I think maybe they hit me up to write a bio or something. It was their old manager, and like they're a band that in Arizona can just like pack a spot, and on the East Coast they're a little bit more kind of cult audience. And we, at the time especially, had a really strong East Coast audience. So I think I sold us as
okay.
we can help, pad the bill for you and, get those rooms a little bit fuller.
And so did you do some festival in Mexico with him or something like that?
Yeah, we've done that twice. Like he owns
Fun.
a bar in Mexico.
Wow.
Yeah, and then we've just played. It's mostly East Coast and Midwest, but just amazing experiences.
That's
and
so
their
cool.
audience is
Yeah.
absolutely primed to like what we do. It's
Yeah.
just
a good
all in the
fit.
pop rock vibe.
Yeah. Wow. Full circle moment.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, maybe we should hear a couple more songs, and then I just want to
do
hear.
it.
Well, I want to hear a little bit about how you grew up and the music you were inspired by. But go ahead and play one more, and then we'll finish with the third song. What are you going to play next from Kick Move Shake?
Kick, Move, Shake. You got it right. I was like, is that right?
Let's do one of the Peacemakers' favorites. Let's do Porcelain. They loved it off this last tour.
Yeah, did they love it?
Oh,
Yeah, the
okay.
audience liked it too.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
This is the one song that we did live on the tour with them.
Okay.
But we're going to call it a scoop here for public radio music.
It hasn't been on the radio yet.
That's true, it hasn't. I count this off one again?
Go ahead.
2, 3, 4.
She's porcelain in plastic, having a friend synthesized in the attic. Pure adrenaline, but mathematic. Emergency alert system is static. I keep forgetting the shape my head's in. She's making it spin. I keep letting her enter my mind. Now I can't see the center for the things on the inside. Runs me ragged, trying to match the fast pace of the havoc. Clapping on the 1 and 3, problematic.
That is a
Porcelain.
workout on the acoustic guitar.
That was awesome. I love
you.
it. So that's Porcelain.
Yeah,
we heard
Porcelain and Plastic.
Porcelain and Plastic, that song's called, and we heard Phosphorescent earlier.
Yeah.
Very cool. So it's cool to hear these songs like this because I've heard them in their produced form.
You have. You're one of the few. You
Yeah,
got the
thank
album.
you. Thank you. Now that I know where to find it on my phone.
Yeah. I'll email it to you.
Thank you. But it's going to be really cool for folks that are hearing this today or folks that are going to revisit it when we have video posted to hear these versions and then hear the recorded versions because it's quite different.
Yeah, there's some Juno synth. There's some programmed percussion. There's a lot of vocal harmonies.
I love that.
Just cascading on top of it. Yeah, we really, we produced the hell out of it.
Yeah.
In a good way. I think it sounds very syncopated. It sounds very ear candy. I mean, in time for the Halloween season.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So did
Candy for your ears.
you have those ideas going into the studio or did Greg bring some of those out?
I think both. I think we went with him because I liked what he did with Aaron's albums, and he was the only producer who was just kind of willing to get far outside of the Americana realm that we had been operating within in the past. I think if I had gone to him and said we want to make an Americana album, he would have been like, "That's great, but I'm probably not the guy for
Yeah.
you."
But pushing the boundaries, he was perfect for.
Yeah, and it was a lot of it was just him and I. Jay was off in Papa land with Casey, his oldest. So a lot of it was just like me and Greg just working, keyboard tones and just like spending a very long time on every single element.
And then bringing the band in.
Yeah, bringing the band in, kind of like overlaying some real drums on top of some programmed drums. I mean, we really love Boys of Summer. I love Boys of Summer. I think that's one of the top, 20 songs of all time. And the percussion on that is programmed percussion with, overdubbed toms and some fills.
Yeah.
So a number of songs are kind of that vibe, and then we do have real drums for maybe half of it.
Okay, cool. So who is the Homestead these days besides Jay?
That's a good question. It's honestly, it's not always Jay. It's the original kind of idea behind the Homestead, and I can maintain this definition because it applies now. Like a homestead. It's a collection of buildings that kind of create the. It's like the plural, creates the singular. So I knew that when I came to town, it was going to be hard to have a constant band.
Right,
We're not 22 anymore, and everybody just can't leave their jobs or their family and go sleep on floors. So it was going to always have to be a collective, and so that's why I called it Andrew Leahey and the plural idea.
Yeah, I like it.
But when we most recently played, we had Greg Herndon on keys and Dean Moore on bass and Dylan
He
Seavey
sings some cool background vocals with you
so
too.
amazing.
Great harmonies. With
And Greg
Dean.
is a great harmony singer, and Dylan's a great harmony singer. And Jay, over COVID on those live streams, he learned how to be a great harmony singer. You're not hearing it today, but he can do it.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And I think that's a really powerful in any band. I like when everybody can harmonize, or when I think harmonies make the world go round.
Yeah, well, we both love the Wild Feathers, and I love those harmonies, and they're going to be here at
he's a Beach
Riverside
Boys
Revival.
guy, too.
Oh, well,
That's his number one band.
forget about it. You can't match that.
No, you
Good
can't.
Vibrations. I'm sure you've listened to the separated tracks of Good
It
Vibrations
upsets me and thrills me.
all at the same time. Me too. It's
Isn't that life?
yeah, it's pretty brilliant. I mean, Beach Boys are huge for me too. But the Wild Feathers are going to be here with the McCreary sisters. Speaking of harmonies, right, on November 6th for our next Wired In. We are in our fall fundraising drive here at WMOT. My guests are Andrew Leahey and his incredible guitarist Jay, and I've loved chatting with you guys today. We're not done because we still have another song to go. But if you could, make a donation today. We greatly appreciate you. We're here celebrating the public radio stations that provide music. And that's what the 24/7 music at WMOT with very limited interruptions. And usually when we interrupt, it's to tell you about a cool show anyway. So not a big deal, right?
You guys should give. You should give.
You should give.
I mean, we made a
WMOT.org.
whole album about how much we love, the radio. It's airwaves.
You
That's what
did
it's about.
airwaves, yes.
Yeah. I think there's a connectivity that happens when what you're hearing in your car could be exactly what another person is hearing in their car beside you or across town. and my brother, who lives in Brooklyn, he listens to like Nashville Public Radio on the internet
Oh, that's so cool.
and comments on everything.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Did you hear this song?" So
That's great. And I love to hear that. And we've been talking about that during this fall fundraising drive this week is the global reach of WMOT. We have listeners in Australia, in Ireland, all over the UK, really. Sweden, we've had people come in from all different aspects of our world where people listen to music. And I'm not sure if it's the same this time. I'll have to look into this. But we did have members, not just people that listen, but actually people that donate and support us in every state in the country. Isn't that
That's
crazy?
amazing.
I know. I love the internet sometimes.
That's
For
amazing.
this, being able to connect like that is really incredible. So speaking of connections, I mean, obviously I'm deeply connected to this roots music. It's the way I grew up. So much different music in my house. My parents were huge music fans, and from Frank Sinatra, Italian opera to, rockabilly and all the classics, Hank, Willie, Waylon, all of those. And rock and roll, too. My parents loved the Beatles, all of that music. And that's how I grew up. The radio was always on. We were always playing vinyl albums. They were always dancing. And most of the artists that I talk to have a similar experience, but some don't. So it was really interesting to listen to Brenna MacMillan this morning with Craig. She didn't grow up that way. She was the oddball out with the music and being from Texas and growing up and then in Kentucky. So she's a banjo player. It's super cool. So I'm curious about what it was like in your house. You mentioned your brother. I got to meet your brother at the benefit after your surgery.
He's the best.
That's so cool. It's so great to have that you guys have that bond. Were you music fans growing up? You sounds like you still are, sharing songs and stuff.
Yeah, he's amazing. Hey, Jason. He, like your older brother. Unless your parents are really, really cool. My parents were cool, but he was cooler. He was just kind of, he was my musical parent. My mom was a classical singer, so I guess she instilled in me a love for good singers.
Okay.
And for like oldies music, like I love, the Drifters and the American Graffiti soundtrack, and the Stand By Me soundtrack, the Good Morning Vietnam soundtrack, whole lot of soundtracks.
Yeah.
Played in the station wagon growing up. But Jason, my older brother, was the one who was like, listen to this hair metal album. It's amazing. And then it just kind of grew from there. And I continue to like that music too. Like not even ironically. I love Def Leppard. I think it's like amazing.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, we'll make our Def Leppard album at some point.
We have a lot
it's
to
not
talk
Kick, Move,
about.
Shake.
Yeah.
And we need a lot, like our budget, could expand to be
Although
a little bigger
that last
to do that.
Def Leppard album way back when, Hysteria, there was some synth in there. So I mean that was
for sure.
Yeah. So you might be on that trajectory, but
I'm on
anyway,
it.
that's another conversation for another day.
And maybe another station, but
maybe.
Yeah, Def Leppard.
We love it all here at WMOT, which is another reason why we would love to have your support so we can keep doing things like this that we're doing today and just staying on the radio. WMOT.org, click donate, or there's actually people in the studio today, 615-898-2800. So what were some of your favorite bands? I mean, I know we've already talked about Tom Petty.
Well, it's like the bands that I kind of just like became obsessed with at various parts of my life. I mean, I'm not too cool to admit it. And if, John Latham is listening, he'll be happy. I went through a big, like, Michael Bolton and Phil Collins and, like, Richard Marx, kind of like adult contemporary, but I was 8.
I wasn't expecting that, but that's awesome.
Getting into, and I still like a lot of that stuff, too.
Yeah.
But, like, the bands that I just was crazy about in my teens, I went through a big Eagles phase. I went through a big Kansas phase, which you can, Jay and I will geek out on some Kansas in the van. And
Carry on, my wayward son.
Yeah. And then U2 was a really big one. And that was kind of like right when I got to college and had access to, they're not good platforms, but like LimeWire and Kazaa and all that, you could, get like the discography of whatever in like a second. So I began like, kind of getting these like live YouTube bootlegs and just like heard like how good that was live.
Yeah.
And I went through a big U2 phase. But like Petty hit me when I was living in Michigan. I think maybe just, I don't know what it was. Actually, I do know it was the live anthology.
Oh, okay. Yep.
It's just a great chronicle of an American rock and roll band.
Yeah, for sure.
And now it's everything. I mean, I have to limit my Tom Petty just because I don't want to like burn out on that. And there are like entire albums I don't really even like know yet of his.
Oh,
I don't really
yeah.
know the Mudcrutch Volume 1 album. I need to save it for like a bad day. Like I feel like horrible right now, but there's a Mudcrutch album that I haven't listened to,
That's so cool.
I can hear a new
Yes.
Tom Petty song.
And I'll be saved.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. I actually met Jesse Scott for the very first time when Mudcrutch played at the Ryman, whenever that was.
I can't believe I missed that show.
It was pretty cool. And speaking of the Eagles, was it Bernie Ledden was playing with him, or maybe it was his brother that was
his
playing
brother.
was playing with Mudcrutch?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. And he was at that. He was one of the originals, but he was at that show at the Ryman, so that was pretty
really
cool.
cool.
What about you, Jay? What are your your favorites?
Oh, wow. Well, one of the ones that Andrew and I actually bonded over when we first met was Fountains of Wayne.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, we really got into that.
Clever pop songs for
I
sure.
love it. Yeah.
CSN. I'm a huge jazz guy. I listen to a lot of hip hop. I love Wu-Tang Clan a lot.
Cool.
But CSN.
Do you like jazz guitar? Is it like Wes Montgomery kind of stuff?
George Benson.
George Benson.
George Benson is one of my heroes. I like
such
Jim
a sweet
Hall,
sound. Yeah.
Chick Corea, Bill Evans for piano players.
Very
guys
cool.
like that. But my dad, growing up, and I'm going to sell him out here a little bit. I was 10 years old, and he had bought me. I was listening to Poison before this, which I still do. I love hair metal. I grew up with a Cinderella poster right next to my head in my bunk bed, and I woke up to just Tom Kiefer's face just staring at me every morning. It was absolutely glorious. My dad buys me headphones, and I believe it was in the Court of the Crimson King, the first King Crimson record.
Oh, wow.
And he said, put these headphones on, listen to this record. Back in college, we used to call this head music. And I didn't know what he was referring to, but it kind of hastens back to your conversation about Willie Nelson's tour bus, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Heady music, yes, for sure. Yes,
So
I know what he's talking about.
Right. Put those headphones on, and then from that day forward, it was Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, and Flying Burrito Brothers.
Awesome.
And,
I mean, I know that like as like a rock and roll band or like a pop rock band or whatever in Nashville, we're supposed to list. You know, there's a bunch of like groups that you should list. Like, I listen to this, but we're like Poison and like Bryan
This is
Adams
perfect. This is what I wanted. I knew I was going to get real deal stuff from
That's
you,
what
Andrew.
you get from us.
Yeah, that's amazing. Andrew Leahey is my guest. Thank you, Andrew and Jay, for being here. And what are you going to leave us with? What's your final song today?
The One That Got Away Came Back, which is one of the ones that we did in that haunted mansion in Athens, Georgia.
Very cool.
Our friend named Libby Rose was the one who like hooked us up with that mansion. I should send this to her. Be like, this is what your haunted mansion hath wrought.
Awesome. Andrew Leahey live on WMOT for Public Radio Music Day.
Is it sweet when you sink your teeth? Is it worth the taste? A real bad day if the sweetness leaves. Is it something you found can't be drowned out? Is there a rationale? Do you ring that bell just to hear the sound? But if the one that got away came back, if the one that left you breathless came back, would you want what you got or what you had? If the one that got away came back. The fault line, a house is bound to break. You can live on both sides till the ground beneath you shakes. Run with the bulls, let's be animals, and don't try to tell me you don't want me to top you off if your cup gets full. But if the one that got away came back, if the one that said they can't stay came back, would you let them in? Would you do that? If the one that got away came back, but if the one that got away came back, if the one that left you breathless came back, would you want what you got or what you had? If the one that got away came back. On the fault line, a house is bound to break. You can live on both sides till the ground beneath you shakes. on both sides till the ground beneath you shakes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, that was so cool. Thank you so much.
Super stripped down, but yeah,
I love that. I mean, like I said, I really love hearing a song, how it was created in its infancy, and then, you know, putting that all together with what's to come for everybody else. Lucky me, I got to hear it a little bit, but I think you're going to be really blown away when you hear Kick, Move, Shake. Andrew Leahey and Jay, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you
What a
so
great
much.
thing to do. This is so fun.
Yeah.
I love you, Jay. I appreciate that.
Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
I love you both, you guys. This was so much fun. It was just, this is what we love about WMOT. Just sit down, have some cool conversations, just chit chat, and play music.
It's what we love too.
All righty, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
get me a water, would you? If you got room temperature, that's always good. I can take either one.
Okay. Should I do, so all originals, right? Shy?
That'd be great. Hi, Rosie.
Hi.
Val.
I bet I've seen you before.
Our executive director. Honey, I also found some throat coats, so I'm boiling some water and I'll make you some throat coats.
Oh, that's okay. Don't
could've
go to any
brought some.
trouble, sweetie.
Lozenges, but I don't think I did.
It's just
I have some
Hey, Ann.
in my bag, I think.
Hi, I know I met you before.
So far, so good, but I haven't done anything
The
yet.
first time I met you
I haven't screwed up
was
yet.
when you came and played for Jesse and I
Oh,
at
yeah.
South
I'm
by
sober.
Southwest.
I'm here.
Oh,
We did a day stage there, and you hung out with Jesse and I for a little bit. So
that's right.
It's great to see you again. I'm
It's
so thrilled.
remind
to
me
do
your
it.
name again.
Val.
The whole name?
Val Hepner.
Hepner.
Yep.
Val Hepner.
Val and Jesse run the ship, and without them, we'd be
The
sunk.
captains. You're the captain.
We are
Captarinas.
Yes.
Very cool. I'm so excited you guys made room for me to come in.
Oh,
and I
shoot.
was, I was just coming to Nashville to visit friends and see people. What better way to
Well,
see
we're honored to
people?
have you because for many reasons, because you're you and you're great, but also you're our only out-of-town artist today, and it's because it's National Public Radio Music Day, and we're featuring artists. Andrew Leahey was here earlier, and
I saw that. I
Craig
love
was on the
that.
air earlier this morning with Brenna
Get the lid
MacMillan.
off of it for me.
Anywhere you'd like this table is fine because I've got my own now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid that I'm going to spill it all over somebody.
And Jessica or Erica would be
'Cause
happy
I
to
don't
move
like
this
to
for you
drink
if you
through
need.
the plastic. It's a pet peeve of mine.
This is coffee.
Yeah, it's coffee, and I want it to just open up and not be scalding.
It's boiling hot.
Okay, okay.
There, it can just be there.
I just did it.
And yeah,
Would you like that table closer to you?
let's see. In the night, when the moon is full and everything is bright.
All right. Oh, that's the Dracula song? Great.
Dracula.
Dracula.
3 minutes till air.
Night.
3 minutes till air.
3 minutes till air time.
How many?
3 minutes? If I could get you on your vocal mic just for a minute.
Are you talking to me?
That's all right. Just a little bit of playing and singing so I can check your levels.
Count Dracula, friend of the devil, waiting for you. Close your eyes. In the darkness of his house, you'll see him rise.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks.
Gotta get my reading glasses on.
The electric is out of tune if you plan on using that one.
I think I'm gonna, since we're this close, I don't want to mess with it.
The strings are crusty on that too. I picked it up and played it the
I'm
other
just
day.
gonna stick with this. Don't be nervous, Rosie.
I'll give a long spiel to set up the give us money and all that stuff.
Everyone's phones are on silent.
Mine is, yeah.
My phone would be in my little turquoise purse, and you can put it on silent.
You got turquoise everything. You are totally.
I usually have turquoise nails and a turquoise guitar.
That's right. Trussart.
Yeah. Huh?
Earlier today, it's like on the air. Annalie went for like 20 minutes without any live music, and it was a little too long.
I know Jesse told me. I've got notes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes after we start, she's doing the first song.
Okay, sorry. I just thought now was a good time to mention
I
that.
think my phone's in there. Is it?
Can I steal your credit?
We hope so. She went through hell losing hers this week.
No, but I saw it with you in your hand, so it's here.
Oh, maybe it's in my coat pocket?
Hopefully it's turned to silent.
If it rings, work it into the act.
Here, I got a way to test it. I'll call you. Hey, Siri.
Is it in your hat? Wow.
Oh, yeah, can I have my hat? I actually want my hat.
You want that?
I actually brought my hat to wear. Quick, 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 quick. Hat, throw it at me.
7, 6,
Quick. Just throw it at me.
Hello, everyone. Webb Wilder, last of the full-grown men, here at Riverside Revival for WMOT Roots Radio, and we're so happy to be here today as it is National Public Radio Music Day, which we deliberately tied in with our fall fund drive. We are listener-powered, and we're asking for your support, and we think that maybe perhaps by having it the same week as National Public Radio Music Day, it helps further illustrate how we incorporate the artists, the music, the community, both geographical and metaphysical. I say that because now we have these beautiful actual studios at Riverside Revival in East Nashville. So it's really cool. We're asking that you go to WMOT.org and click the donate button or dial 615-898-2800. Now, having said all that, because we want to and we're thrilled to have her anytime, and because it's National Public Radio Music Day, I'm here with the great artist, Rosie Flores.
Hey, how's it going, Webb Wilder? My favorite DJ, y'all.
Oh, man, that's so nice of you to say. It's been a while.
We've been on the air back and forth for years together.
Back in the satellite radio days for me at the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, you'll be there.
I will be there on
This weekend.
Sunday.
Yeah, on
2:30
Sunday.
to 4.
In the big room, the CMA Theater.
Is that right?
It's very nice.
Oh, I'm excited.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a story about my life and a lot of pictures. They had me send like 50 or 60 pictures.
Gosh.
Of, different phases of my life and my youth. And so I guess I'm just going to kind of tell my story of, how long I've been doing this and how I got to where I am now, which was I just won an NEA award.
Congratulations. Yes, folks, what that means is she's a National Heritage Fellow for 2024.
Thank you. Yes, it's pretty exciting. I'm
cultural
still
distinction.
on cloud 9.
I bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your life story, we'll get into a lot of that. Not that we're going to get into minutia about, the bearskin rug when you're 2 photographs or anything like that. But, you began life in San Antonio and at 11 moved to L.A.
That's
and
right.
in the course of your subsequent life, you've lived in Austin and Nashville, and now you're back in Austin, have been for quite a while.
Now, can I make one correction? And I love L.A. and I really...
Oh, San Diego.
But it was, my dad did work at the post office in San Diego.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I could get my rock and roll shoes and my driving on, then I moved to L.A.
Yeah, and played the Troubadour and the Palomino, and wow.
Yeah.
So cool.
I played a bunch of cool venues and kind of got my start there and met all kinds of great other artists that helped me, people like John Prine and Emmylou Harris, Al Bonetta, Elvin Bishop. I got really lucky meeting other artists that would see me play or open for them, and then they all wanted to help me.
And that was in the days when really the embryonic days of the scene with the Blasters and X and Dwight and Jim Lauderdale and you and all you folks were out there. That's so cool.
Yeah, it was fun days.
And now you're represented in the Western Edge exhibit
Yep.
at the Country Music Hall of Fame,
That's
along with
right.
those folks.
Yeah, I'm really proud to be in there.
I would be too. We're proud of you for being in there.
finally made it into the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Recognition is a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And, people, friends will constantly be sending me texts with their picture standing next to my window. And
Oh,
like,
great.
We're here, we're so proud of you. And it's a kind of a fun thing.
Legitimization.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
So, as an artist, what I've experienced is that, anywhere you go, they want to know if you have new music. Do you have new music? You don't have to.
I do, sweetheart. I have a new album in the works, which has new music on it and some covers. Like I did Susanna Clark's I'll Be Your San Antonio Rose.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
But I did it in a waltz instead of a 2-beat. And then I've written some new songs, and the last 4 were produced by Ed Stasium, wonderful producer who worked with Ramones. And I'm really crazy about those songs.
That's exciting. So you're in the midst of recording the new album now, really, right?
We're just getting ready to master.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, you're almost there, yeah.
We're almost there. Yeah, we're looking for the right label, and we're talking to some people, and
Great.
hope to get that out early in the year. And I've also, a lot of people don't know about this unless you live in Austin. I have a jazz group called the Blue Moon Jazz Quartet.
Yes,
oh, you
and
have
you're
a
doing
note on
4
that.
dates in November.
Yeah, we play
Above the Continental Club, is that where it is?
Well, it's kind of over a bit above the. It's upstairs of the Continental Club, but it's actually another room over.
Okay, what, next door?
Yeah, so in between the door of the Continental Club's a tattoo parlor, and then on the corner you go up the stairs, and it's a Continental Gallery.
And your main role is you're known as Chick with a Pick because you're quite a guitarist, but you always sing. But your main role in that is as vocalist, right?
Just vocalist, because I don't know how to play jazz guitar. I can't do all
But some
that.
of your earliest influences are Peggy Lee and Julie London and folks like that.
They are Ella
Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald, and well, I grew up in that era where my parents were listening to all that stuff.
Sure.
You know, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr. You know, that's what was on the TV when I was a little girl, the black and white TV, and it was all those jazz singers singing the American Songbook. You know, really. And so that was the first music I fell in love with. And when I was 8 years old, 7 years old, my dad brought the tape recorder out on the living room table or the kitchen table, wherever he could set it up, and started recording us. And we would get the hit parade, and the lyrics would be in front of us, and he'd go, okay, 1, 2, 3, go.
Recording at an early age.
Recording a cappella, no background.
Great.
Guitars or anything.
Is there a recording project tied to the Blue Moon Jazz Quartet or just the live dates?
Yep, we're in mastering mode on that one too.
Oh, 2 in the works.
Yeah, we have 2 in the works.
You are multi-genre, and we already knew that, of course. Folks, I'm here with the great Rosie Flores at
thanks.
Riverside Revival at the new Diggs, our satellite studio for WMOT Roots Radio. I am Webb Wilder, and of course, we're in the midst of our fall fun drive. We're asking that you, in order to keep the music you love playing, and to keep artists like Rosie helping us out and coming by here and putting on these special events, what more appropriate day could there be than National Public Radio Music Day to bring all these points up and ask you to go to WMOT.org and click the donate button. No donation is too small. There are many different incentive levels. You could receive goods back as a special thank you, or you could certainly dial 615-898-2800. Now, when you go to WMOT.org, the membership page is under the heading of support, and that is WMOT.org, and again, that number is 615-898-2800. Rosie, will you play a song for us? Tell us what it is first, though.
I thought I would do this, one of the songs that's on the new album, a song I wrote called Just Another Fool.
Great.
I get the feeling that you're far away when I finally talk to you, baby. I don't know what I'm gonna say. Well, you could have stayed. I'll wait all night for you. I want everything to be right for me and you. And I hear stories that you found someone new. I had to take what they were saying and put my faith in you. And I won't ask questions, just tell me what rings true. Oh, I want everything to be right for me and you. But say it isn't true. Tell me you're not leaving. I don't know what I'll do without you here by me. Say it isn't true. Say it isn't true that the woman singing this song is just another fool. Ooh, oh, yeah. stories that you found someone new. I had to take what they were saying and put my faith in you. And I won't ask questions, just tell me what rings true. Oh, I want everything to be right for me and you. But say it isn't true, yeah. Tell me you're not leaving. I don't know what I'll do without you here by me. Say it isn't true. Say it isn't true that the woman singing this song, the woman singing this song, the woman singing this song is just another fool, just another fool. Just another fool.
All right, great. That's Rosie Flores here with me, Webb Wilder, at Riverside Revival in Nashville, Tennessee, in the WMOT new satellite studios in East Nashville. And of course, that's one of the songs from one of her 2 forthcoming albums.
And I have to admit that I messed up the second verse, but that's okay. You can hear it better on the record.
No, I get it. A great artist flawed.
Yeah, it's an artist flaw.
And lest I forget, you know, we are in the midst. In the midst seems to be the cliche I get back to. We're having our fall fund drive. And we're asking people to help us because we're listener supported.
Please,
Bringing
yes.
you music like the great Rosie Flores, who's with me today. You can go to WMOT.org and click the donate button. You can dial 615-898-2800. That's 615-898-2800. You know, Rosie.
Yeah.
I have benefited from the rare, wonderful stations and channels in public radio and in Americana radio. What is your experience and how has that helped you?
Well, I've probably gotten more airplay on NPR than regular radio.
Sure.
And certainly satellite radio, Sirius radio. It's all been really great for me. I've always been kind of on the edge. You know, I haven't been mainstream my whole life. I've always been on the western edge, I guess. It's a good title for that. And I've just appreciated a lot of NPR. I listen to podcasts. I watch NPR television more than any other channel. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of into it. I'm an NPR girl.
I know you are.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is I can totally relate to not fitting into this category or that, or wanting to. You don't want to because you want to incorporate all these different influences from what I gather.
Well, I want to fit into everything that'll take me.
Mm-hmm. Your own way, on your own terms.
I just want to do what I love. I just want to sing what I love singing and hope that somebody will find a niche for me and a little place. It seems to be working out that way so far, rather than trying to change my music to fit into something else. I just do what comes from the heart and what feels, right for me. And kind of like the way Buddy Holly did when he was coming out.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that movie where they were trying to change him, and I had a little bit of that kind of experience when I came to Nashville, where, they wanted me to record other kind of songs, and I'm like, yeah, but I want to record the songs that I wrote and play guitar on my songs, and that's what I do best, and so I don't know. I'm just doing what I love. You know why? Because it makes me happy.
Well, there you go. And it makes us happy because that's the kind of artists we bring you. A lot of variety in the artists we bring our listeners, but, they all have integrity, and they're all incorporating some sort of combination of roots influences, or
Yeah.
even if it's one, but usually it's more than one. And of course, that was what was great about a singer-songwriter combo leader like Buddy Holly. We could talk all day about Buddy Holly. And how old was he when he checked out?
3?
Unbelievable.
I mean, that was a very sad day. The
Very
day
sad
the music
day, but it's
died.
phenomenal how much music he left us.
I know.
So speaking of Texas, you started life in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You went elsewhere, but you came back to Texas. You've got a soft spot for Texas. It's home.
I do have a soft spot. I have a lot of relatives there in San Antonio still. A lot of them came to Washington to see me get the NEA award.
Fantastic.
My dad moved us to San Diego, so that immediate family is in San Diego still.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got both places. I have a couple cousins live in Austin, so I do have family in that town for me.
Yeah.
And I've got tons of friends here in Nashville too.
I know you do.
Because I lived here for 7 years,
Yeah.
so I made a lot of dear friends, and that was one of the reasons I wanted to come back here to say hello, and because I miss my friends. It's a good place to be, and there's great music, and I'm going to be performing tomorrow at the East Side Bowl in the 58 room, and
Oh, great. Yeah.
that's going to be tomorrow. And
I just saw Kevin Gordon there.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Kevin Gordon a little bit, and got to play the Bluebird. I hadn't been there for a zillion years, and my picture's still on the wall with Steve Earle, man.
Hey.
That's been up there since 86.
That's great. The Bluebird is hanging on. It's a little tiny, original sort of neighborhood structure amidst all this change.
All these tall buildings.
But thank God
Oh
the
my
Nashville
God.
TV show made Bluebird such a star. Tourists flock there to see the actual club, which
Yeah.
keeps it going for the rest of us. So it's fantastic.
And how about a thing called Love with River Phoenix?
I was in that movie.
I was too, and I know you were.
Yeah.
I got to be in the round on that movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was the hotel desk clerk in
That's
that movie.
right.
Yeah.
You were great in that.
Yeah, and my song didn't make it to the soundtrack, which was one of the little hints that the music business is not quite kosher.
Yeah.
If you have a song in the movie, they do a soundtrack of the movie, and your song's not on it, huh?
Yeah.
It can happen.
Yep. Yeah.
Speaking of songs, The Troubadour, that fascinates me that when you made the pilgrimage early on from San Diego to L.A., I mean, like the Bluebird, The Troubadour is mythical. You have what was the penny whistle thing with Glenn Fry and J.D. Souther or somebody, the pre-Eagles thing?
Penny Whistle Band, yeah.
Yeah, and
that was before
all those
I moved
embryonic
there,
things
but
with
yeah.
country rock and all.
All those guys were hanging out in what do you call it? Laurel Canyon.
Right.
The canyon. Echo in the Canyon and all that. Topanga and all that. And they were up there. Jackson Browne was writing songs, and I think he lived underneath Glenn Fry, and he was writing really cool songs that became million sellers later.
I know.
And I was just a kid playing in a bar in San Diego, called Rosie and the Screamers.
Great.
And all of a sudden, I said, I'm going to move to L.A. and, try and hang out with real songwriters out there and try to start writing. And I never moved to the Canyon, but I lived just at the bottom of it in Studio City in North Hollywood and places like that. And
Palomino Club in North Hollywood.
Started hanging out there. But before that, I really just was hanging out at the Troubadour on Monday night. It was called Hoot Night. And people like Jack Tempchin, who wrote Peaceful Easy Feeling and Already Gone, were kind of turned me on to how to get in there. And so I would just go down there and play songs and sign up and then go to Dan Tana's next door and eat Italian food.
Killer.
And,
So killer.
And just split food with my friend because we couldn't afford to get a whole meal each.
Yeah.
I loved it, So, the Troubadour, after I got signed to Warner Brothers Reprise in Nashville, then I got to start headlining the Troubadour. So that was
Wow.
extra cool. Yeah.
Man. Yeah, that's great. And of course, Warner Reprise was always, they put out those sampler records in the 70s that turned everybody onto their eclectic roster. Double albums, you know, for cheap that you could hear the Faces and Jethro Tull and GTOs and Van Morrison on one record.
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't
One
even
was
know
called
about
Big
that.
Ball and the other was called Record Show. I'm Webb Wilder. I'm here at Riverside Revival in East Nashville.
Yay.
Rosie Flores on National Public Radio Music Day. What a great day to have artists in the studio with us and to celebrate them. Craig Havighurst was on the air earlier today with Brenna MacMillan, and of course Anna Lee was on with for fresh my memory Andrew Leahey, of course, earlier in the day.
Great guitar player.
And I was seeing his face, but his name wasn't coming across my mental screen. So, and we are timing it with our Fall Fund Drive. And of course, that's what it takes to keep live presentations like this one, like Finally Friday Live, which we do at 3rd and Lindsley every week, wired in our monthly concert series and our annual festival, Roots on the Rivers at the historic Two Rivers Mansion, not to mention our specialty programs and all the music we bring you. It equals the music you love. To keep it playing, we're asking for donations at WMOT.org, and the old donate button there can be found under the support heading. Our membership page will make itself known to you when you click that. And we have a phone number. Lovely folks on the other end of the line, 615-898-2800. Rosie, what you gonna do for us now?
I think I'll play another song I wrote. And, you know, because this is October 23rd, about 10 days from now or less, it's going to be Halloween.
Yep.
So I'm going to do this Halloween song that I wrote. It's on the new record.
Fantastic.
And I wrote this a while ago, and it's been in my little vault, my little songwriting vault for a while, and I pulled it out. I played it for the guys, and they just loved it. My band's called The Talisman, and we've been recording since 2020. And so, yeah, we did this song, but there are some people in the studio. There's a few people that might want to help me out with a little howling, because we need some howling to make this song a little more scary. It's called Dracula's Haunt. In the night, when the moon is full and everything is bright, like the power of the wind in a hurricane flight, there's no doubt about his destination now. He comes to you with fire in his eyes. He gives you life, and he gives you his surprise. Tonight, 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 Count Dracula, friend of the devil waiting for you, close your eyes. In the darkness of his house you'll see him rise. For the bite of lust he's flying in disguise. Christianity is the enemy he fears. Hide your crucifix, take that mirror out of here. Tonight, 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 tonight. Come on, Webb, howl for me. Well, if you should decide you want to be a vampire too, Transylvania is the place he sends you to. For the transformation blood will give to you, but you'll never see the sunlight in your eyes. The spooky night is the only time you'll rise. The night, the night, the night, oh, the night. Ow, ow, ow. Count Dracula, Count Dracula.
Ah, the strains of an ode to
Thank
the
you.
Transylvanian icon, Count Dracula.
Dracula.
With Rosie Flores here at Riverside Revival for WMOT Roots Radio on National Public Radio Music Day, while we conduct our Fall Fund Drive. 615-898-2800 for your donations, or WMOT.org and click the donate button.
It's a cute little button. Click it.
Yeah, and I'm not good at asking people for money, but we sure do need it. We mean it when we say we're listener powered. 60% of our budget, and I'm sure there are other folks like us out there in the wide world, comes from folks, generous people who appreciate what we do.
That is what keeps us going, keeps everybody going on public radio, and I'm a supporter myself, and it makes me feel good to know that I am.
Well, and I'm sure you've done, when you're traveling, radio interviews like you're doing today, live and in person, day of the gig, and you're hoping people listen, and sometimes they do, and that's why their butt's in the seat at the show.
This is old school.
Old school, yeah.
I love it.
Just like that Loretta Lynn movie where they're going around,
That's right. That's right, Webb.
Giving them promo vinyl in that one.
Uh-huh.
So, you're playing in the afternoon on Christmas Eve in Austin at the Heritage Boot Place.
Oh, well, that got canceled.
Oh, heck! I was going to speculate how fun that was going to be.
Yeah, well, unless they changed their mind, but the city was going to do the sidewalk kind of thing on Congress Avenue.
Okay.
And Heritage Boots says, "We want to get you, Rosie," and they actually got me these amazing cowboy boots.
Turquoise, folks.
Yep, I love turquoise. My nails are normally turquoise because I have a turquoise guitar, but I have spider webs.
Wow.
And Spider-Man on my nails.
She is so done.
You can't see it, but because I'm going to Santa Fe for Dios de los Muertos, Day of the Dead.
And when is that?
November 1st.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I'm going on Halloween.
Wow.
So I've got my outfit picked out for the airplane and everything.
For the airplane.
Yeah.
So you're going to get off the plane.
Because I get off the plane at 8:30 at night, so I'll be ready to go trick-or-treating. Not really.
I was a MC, but I did a thing with the great Lyle Lovett one time.
Yeah.
And he stepped off the plane that morning, in a perfect suit.
Nice.
And he somehow was still in it on stage that night and not a wrinkle on it.
Oh, he's
been
amazing.
in it all day. I mean, he's the real deal.
Just fine threads.
Yes, fine. Alligator
Really
boots,
fine
baby.
threads.
Yeah.
Speaking of fine threads, guess what I got to do yesterday?
Manuel?
Yes.
Oh!
I went up to the mountain, and
cool.
It's like a really bad habit for me.
Did you get some embroidery?
Well, we're talking about it. We're talking.
You got to sort of like float alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got measured. We'll put it like that.
Yeah. I only got to off the rack. That's how far up the Manuel Couture tree I ever got.
I've done that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We like our threads, don't we?
I know it's like a drug habit.
I was going to see if I'm not wearing the belt. Kenny Vaughn gave me a belt buckle recently. I got a text from him, and it was in my mailbox.
Yeah.
It was from the Wart Hotel in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It has a W on it.
Oh, the belt buckle did?
Yeah, he thought I should have it.
Oh, because it's got the W.
Exactly. But we're drifting off topic now.
Okay, let's get off clothes and back to music and NPR.
It's really cool that you're going to be at the CMA Theater at the CMHOF here in Nashville.
I'm
Country Music
so
Hall of Fame.
excited.
Yeah.
And I love Michael McCall, so.
Oh, who don't?
We're going to be hanging out and playing songs and seeing some movies, some films.
Oh, cool.
Some videos and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I looked at that really brief video online that sort of told your story, but it was a very brief one. It was like a 6-minute film.
Oh, you're talking about the little mini doc.
Yeah.
That the NEA did. Yeah.
So, 2 albums in the works. Your solo debut was in 1987.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how many do you even keep count? How many albums will the next album be?
I think the next album's going to be 14.
Cool.
And with the jazz will be 15. I think I have that right. But then this guy came up to me in Sweden, and he had a stack of 40 CDs that he wanted me to sign. And I realized that not only did he have all my records, he had every compilation that I either sang harmony on or played lead guitar on or did a duet on. So I said, no wonder I'm known. I'm on 40 different CDs.
Wow.
And that was, a long time ago.
I thought you were going to tell me that they're all bootlegs and you were wondering about his morality. But he was just that dedicated an archivist and fan.
He was such a fan.
Wow. You going to do another song for us?
Should I?
I think you should. And ladies and gentlemen,
we
unless
have
you
time?
just tuned in, this is the great Rosie Flores here with me, the great Webb Wilder. I'm kidding about that last
You are
part.
great.
But I'm here. Thanks
He
for
is
saying so.
so-
At Riverside Revival. This is WMOT Roots Radio. Riverside Revival is where we have our new satellite studios, and it's National Public Radio Music Day. We thought it'd be a good time to wrap that around with our fall fund drive and illustrate further to you how we incorporate great artists of integrity live and in person into the recorded music we play in our various live events. We're asking for your support at WMOT.org. All we want you to do is click that donate button. Just click that donate button. Come on. And or dial 615-898-2800. What you gonna play for us?
Well, I got two on my mind. I'm trying to think. I guess I'll play lines. All right, here we go. Black lines on my paper, red lines in my eyes. From tears that fall down one straight line, from your doorstep back to mine. Sweet words you cast and caught me. I hung on every line. Lines that leave me wounded now. Whoever thought you'd be so unkind? White lines on the highway, red lines in my eyes. From tears that fall down one straight line, from your doorstep back to mine. Lines, lines, Now all I hear are blue notes that echo back to me. The circle has been broken and it's all gone out of key. Only bylines left to write now. Column love and history. And the headlines, they will disappear like the love you had for me. Oh, 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 lines, lines,
All right. Rosie Flores here with me, Webb Wilder at Riverside Revival and the WMOT new studio digs here, WMOT Roots Radio on National Public Radio Music Day.
Well said.
I'm trying.
Doing good.
Words. Words is what you have to do when you talk. You know, you have to know about them, everything. It is not only National Public Radio Music Day, it's our fall fund drive at WMOT. We feel like that P word, public, is part of what we're all about, bringing people together. Artists, listeners.
Yeah.
You know, and the community in Nashville and in East Nashville and we hope we've created a WMOT community, and then there are the little communities within that, like the folks that are Wired In members who attend the Wired In monthly concert series here at Riverside Revival, and then we do a weekly show at Finally Friday Live, and then we have a big old shindig once a year called Roots on the Rivers.
So much fun.
Attended and broadcast. Well, thank you.
You guys are amazing.
And so let's talk about what you're doing. Oh, so in summation of all that, that's why we're asking for donations. 615-898-2800, or go to WMOT.org and click the donate button. A lot of different levels at which you can donate. No contribution is too small. No salesman will call. Just check red, green, or natural oak. Back to our points. So you're in Nashville. We're so glad to have you here. You've been doing a lot of cool stuff. You were at the Bluebird with Linda McRae and Paul Birch. Mm-hmm. You're going to be at the Country Music Hall of Fame on Sunday.
2:30 to 4. And tomorrow I'll be at the 58 Club at Eastside Bowl.
Right.
And what else am I doing? I was really excited to come here and do this.
Well, we'd
here
like
on
to think
WMOT.
it's a big deal. We love having you.
This is really cool. I'm so glad I got to do this. It's special.
We love having you. And tell the folks, in case they don't know, since you have been awarded this distinction in 2024, God knows what 2025 is going to bring for you. We hope lots of good stuff.
Thank
the
you.
National Heritage Fellowship. What is a National Heritage Fellow?
Well, it's the highest honor that the U.S. government gives any kind of artist. People like B.B. King have gotten it, Wanda Jackson, but then also Manuel, who's a tailor, has gotten it. There's a tap dancer in L.A. that got it. There's a wonderful L.A. muralist that paints big Mexican murals in the barrio in L.A., and he tries to help young kids to keep them out of gangs, to teach them how to paint. There's a woman that makes, she's a Native American woman that makes beautiful quilts, and she tells the story of, her ancestors and doesn't want people to forget,
She weaves a story?
Yeah, it's more like not weaving, but
more patching together?
She's more like a patch quilt.
Yeah, but that's amazing, though.
Just beautiful. There's a woman that was from Japan that was a koto player, phenomenal woman who was, I think, 70, and I got to see her play, and it just brought tears to my eyes.
Well, you're in good company. B.B. King and Wanda Jackson, come on.
I'm in really good company. I'm so proud to have been chosen, and there were people like, the head of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Alec Whiteman, writer from Rolling Stone, Holly George Warren.
Love her.
And the head of the music department at Columbia University, who I never met, who wrote, all these people wrote letters saying, to the NEA why they thought I should be chosen. And lo and behold, I got in.
Every once in a while, something great can happen to you. Just keep a positive outlook like Rosie Flores does.
You got to stay positive.
We love Holly George Warren. Of course, back to our love of threads, she wrote the How the West Was Worn book, among others.
I have it.
It's great, too. It's great. Golly, you going to do another song for us?
I can.
We sure would love you to.
If there's time, if y'all want one, I'll go.
I'm here with Rosie Flores at Riverside Revival and WMOT Roots Radio Satellite Studio on National Public Radio Music Day. We're doing our Fall Fund Drive 898-2800 in the 615 area code for donations, or WMOT.org. It's easy. Click the donate button. Rosie Flores.
It's easy and it's fun. Yeah. Wait, let's just make sure that's in tune.
We tune because we care.
Okay, so this, while I'm tuning, because we do care, I wrote this song when I was sitting on my couch during the pandemic, feeling kind of lonesome. I was all by myself for a couple of years, those couple years.
It was a weird time.
And I did a little, live stream.
Yep.
But I was thinking, how am I ever going to get a date sitting on this couch all alone for all these months? And so I think, I wish I could find me a boyfriend that could come and hang out with me. And I thought, well, maybe if I write this song, he'll come to me. And I was like, well, I'm looking for somebody, but maybe somebody's out there looking for me. So that's the title of this song, Who's Looking for Me?
Great.
little skinny-legged hillbilly, get picking, finger-licking girl. That's me, looking for a fine-looking, sweet-talking, hot-rodding, two-stepping man. Who's looking for me in this big old world? Well, there must be someone to love little old me. If dreams come true, then I ought to start dreaming till I find me a bebopping, hugging, loving man, looking for a skinny-legged hillbilly, get picking, finger-licking girl like me, looking for a fine-looking, sweet-talking, hot-rodding, two-stepping man who's looking for me. Yeah. Love's had me spinning out of control, flying over the moon. But there's been a whole lot of love you today, but I'm gone tomorrow. So I better keep moving and a grooving till I find somebody for me who wants a little skinny-legged hillbilly, get picking, finger-licking girl like me, looking for a fine-looking, sweet-talking, hot-rodding, two-stepping man who's looking for me. And what is a San Antonio rose without a garden? I need the Texas sun to make the petals bloom. What is a twirl without a partner on a green hall dance floor? Yeah, and swaying in his arms forevermore. So who's looking for a skinny-legged hillbilly, get picking, finger-licking girl like me, looking for a fine-looking, sweet-talking, hot-rodding, two-stepping man who's looking for me? Yay, hey, hey.
Rosie Flores here with us at Riverside Revival in the WMOT studio. That was great.
Thank you.
So good to have you here.
Good to be here.
Folks, thanks for listening. You know, we are doing our Fall Fun Drive. We're asking for support. We're listener-powered. That's what it takes to keep the music you love playing. Yeah. It is our great pleasure, especially on National Public Radio Music Day, to have artists like, not that there's anyone like, Rosie Flores in the studio with us, making music live, and to bring you all the variety we bring you and all the live shows we do for you. I'm very proud to be part of it. You know, I consider myself a pro-am radio announcer and more of a veteran musician, you know, sort of a trick musician. You pull a song out of a hat instead of rabbit. But I'm trying, folks, and we do need your support. And look for Rosie. She's got two, in the new year, got two new albums, one with the Blue Moon Jazz Quartet, and then one that's the usual but yet different again, chick with a pick, Rosie Flores, singer-songwriter, guitarist, music maker
Rosie
thing. And the
Flores
Talisman.
And the Talisman, yeah.
Are they on that record too, right?
Yeah, that's who I made it with.
And the producer is a guy that worked with the Ramones?
Yeah, Ed Stacey.
I've read his name in articles.
Yeah, he's worked with a lot of people in Living Color, and he's worked with Mick Jagger, and he's worked with the Long Riders, and all kinds of cool people.
Well, just remember us little people when you hit that big time.
You think that'll ever happen?
I reckon it will.
Oh, you're sweet.
I reckon it already has. Thanks so much for
Thank
listening,
you.
folks. WMOT.org. Please click the donate button or dial 615-898-2800. And remember the name, Rosie Flores.
Yes. Capital ROSIE.
And now we're going to return to our usual programming here at WMOT.
be watching Kelly O'Hara
I'll let you know how that goes.
get her flowers. Yeah, yours.
If it makes you feel any better,
Ha! Yeah. Oh, Erica.
Oh, Val. Slow down.
This is
Sleepy.
this feels like the end of the 38 where we're all like,
Except there's no fresh seafood. In this landlocked state.
I found this place over, we go to Navarre Beach, which isn't that far. It's
Yeah, it's real close.
it's to the west of those places. It's called Where You At.
Okay.
And it's a Cajun place.
Yum.
Like my friend that grew up in New Orleans said their food was better than what she usually gets.
Wow, okay.
It's really good.
Will we have to make the scuttle over there, you think?
Yeah, we might need to. Of course, they close really early. They close at like 7.
Oh, okay. Setup day.
Maybe.
God, that's coming up so quick. Like November's already almost here. So we really are like 2 months, 2.5 months. I've just tried to push it deep down. Obviously, I'm gonna vote. I made all of my classes register to vote. And by made, I mean Nancy came in and literally went one by one and was like, "Where are you voting?"
I love it.
So hopefully they actually follow through and vote.
You know, I mean,
Hey, how are you?
how was soccer?
It was good. They lost, but she played good.
But it was still.
One up. She's a new soccer player, so she's figured it out.
I am soccer obsessed. I played all the way through college.
Did you really?
Yeah, and then my 4 kids played, and I coached 2 of their travel teams.
Cool.
So soccer was a family thing for us.
Yeah. Yeah, we love it.
That's awesome.
We share some season tickets to the MLS games. They moved everything to Saturday nights this year. It was kind of hard for me. Yeah, it's like, well, I guess I go to 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah. That's hard. Did you see that we're finalists for an NWSL team? Soccer team?
Really?
Yeah, 1 of
That's
5.
fun.
So Philly, Cincinnati, Denver.
When will we know?
I think during the they said they're going to announce it during the final of the NWSL.
Good.
Shall we get you set up?
Yeah, it's great.
You need water or anything?
I'll always take a water if
All right.
possible.
Do you want it cold or
Room temp is great.
Great. We have both. Look at us.
Look at us. Notice.
I'll just pop it up here on your table.
Jesse, do we need to put him in those for the camera?
We can.
You want it in a Roots radio and a
Yeah, great.
thing that you can take home?
Sure.
Well, I was
does
trying to
look
think
better.
about that and how it looks on the. I was freaking out in the middle of Rosie's.
Although,
like,
you know,
coffee and the tea.
I mean, it was so nice of music water to
How
like
I
give
give
us
us stuff
these.
for camera in here, and I was like waiting every single time, like if I had to go and readjust.
How long have you guys been in this space? This is awesome.
We officially opened it in August,
It's not a big deal.
so isn't that great?
Yeah.
It was good. It was good though because she was like actually drinking out of it, so it was like. This
Well,
is
that song y'all were just playing at Biscuit.
Yeah.
What's it called? Biscuit House?
Yeah.
It's a great melody.
Like my house, the things I collect shots of some, you know, like just music
Oh, like little,
things.
yeah.
So coffee mugs are different, like, band, and then that way when we're doing things on camera, we can have coffee. I'm saying coffee mugs.
How
For tea or
white,
coffee.
we have white coffee cups, and then I think the last time we just threw a sticker.
But we could get, I mean, we should get some. I just don't want to give them away as like.
Can I grab something really
No, I
fast?
just meant to keep here.
Yeah.
Grab
If
something
somebody
really
wants.
fast.
Oh, yes, of course.
The bigger ones,
Oh,
though,
you know
right?
what? I'm gonna stand there with you so I can let you back in.
Bigger ones, right, Shy? Like whatever, 16-ounce ones or whatever. Yeah.
We can hear it on the stream. Erica playing music.
cut it out.
It's all music.
I was.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it'll be fine.
That's Lucas's new favorite.
Is he on the Blippi train yet?
How close are we to being ready?
We're probably gonna need 10 minutes. That's what I told Trip.
Okay.
So, I don't.
I met you like years ago. So we just lost audio a couple times. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm here at WMOT now.
Where?
Nothing. He's still playing. I pulled up the app and we were still on the air, but there was absolutely nothing for like 3 minutes.
While you were live just
Yes,
now?
just now. And then it flipped again.
Yeah, well, I'm
It only
so glad
flipped for
you
a
brought it
second
Yeah.
and then it came
So,
back.
it looks like they're getting
Have no
ready.
idea.
Yeah.
I feel like that would have, that would be weird.
But I'll be listening in my car.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you again.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have
Alright,
you
okay.
in
Have
this
fun.
chair
Okay,
whenever
great.
you're ready.
I have my
Head out.
getting too old to remember my songs cheat
Oh,
sheet here.
good. Do you want a music stand?
No, it's great. I like to kind of make it where nobody knows but me.
Like Jim Lauderdale pastes them to his guitar.
Yeah, on top.
Yeah. Remember when he used to do Music City Roots and he would write a new song every week? You
Did he
remember
really?
that? Yeah,
No.
he really did.
That's cool.
And he would date, and that's how they opened the show every week. For a couple of years they did that. That's what he did. He taped them out.
You get comfortable.
All right. Yeah, you can move that
Can you
wherever.
still see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. One, two, me sing us a little bit too. That'd be helpful. My baby, she's a green light. Ain't never seen a stop sign. Umbrella in a rainstorm. Cup of coffee when the morning comes. She's a chorus of my favorite song. Smiles when I get the words wrong. Wildflower on the sunny side. My baby, she's a green light. Yeah, my baby, she's a green light. When I'm feeling down and low, when the road is long and slow, she shines, shines, shines. My baby, she's a green light. Ain't never seen a stop sign. Umbrella in the rain, let's start the right chord. Cup of coffee when the morning comes. She's the chorus of my favorite song. Smiles when I get the words wrong. Wildflower on the sunny side. My baby, she's a green light. Yeah, my baby, she's a green light. Yeah, my baby, she's a green light. Yeah.
worries on my end. I'm good.
This will be live on the radio.
Yep,
And then also
great.
live streamed.
Cool.
Care music, so you will be on camera.
Great.
So you're aware.
Yeah, awesome. Might have worn pants had I remembered that, but it's all good, you know.
I don't think anyone will be too offended. Jesse's got like yellow hair at the moment, so.
Yeah.
It's a nice casual vibe in here.
Yeah, there you go.
Laid back
Turn my phone off though.
Rosie Flores one.
Was it loud enough or not?
I think it came up like 3 you in total. Yeah. And it
So got it.
Yeah, for sure. That was just me pulling it into the editing software, but I can't check it on the live stream until we're offline.
Okay.
Like we've been streaming for 6 hours already. Oh, should I be muting? That's up to you. Okay. We're not.
Well, we'll just, for the sake of safety.
Okay. 6 hours.
Okay, cool. And then we'll talk about the date in March that I think was it March? Yeah. Early May. Okay. Yeah. And we'll talk about lots of stuff. Yeah, I want to also kind of dig into what public radio means to you, because that's sort of writ large.
Yep, I love that. It's about the only radio that plays me, so I'm all in.
There you go. I know. I was on a panel at South by years ago when Nora Jones was breaking, and Nick Harcourt was on the panel with me, and he was talking about how, we were the ones who embraced Nora.
Yeah.
to begin with. I mean, it wasn't a we at the time. I was doing
Yeah, yeah.
commercial radio, but you know, it's just kind of like that bulb went off. You know, wait a minute, that is, you know, this
Yeah.
goes back maybe 15 years.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah,
been at
maybe-
it a long time, and we take it real seriously, especially in this sort of watching other stations not embrace new music.
Yep, yep.
Even, you know.
When you sing, are you gonna stand that way?
I can sort of, yeah.
Cool.
I'll make sure and sing
It's
this way.
fine for
Yeah.
conversation, but if you were
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
sing that way, I would.
Yeah. No, I'll sing more straight ahead. Yeah.
Are you giving Trip a countdown?
I was just waiting for everyone to be set. I'm set on my end, but I didn't know
Okay,
if
cool.
I was still doing cameras.
I'm set.
You're set.
I'll just
Okay.
have to get
I
the
can
record
call
order.
him. Do you want to just do
Yeah.
the fade out then?
No, we can play the rest of the song.
All right.
We're fine.
We got
We
nothing
don't
but
have to hit network.
No, we don't have the news anymore.
Yeah, we blew off the news. We took Lucas Nelson's
How much time do we left?
to turn off the news, build a garden. We're busy doing that.
Oh, that's great.
We did.
Oh,
We had news. I used to have to time up to the.
Five, four, three, two, one.
It's Public Radio Music Day at WMOT Roots Radio and across the country. And I'm Jessie Scott. Of course, we have had an amazing day of artists coming by, just populating our new stage at Riverside Revival. We started with Brenna MacMillan in the 9 o'clock hour. At noon, we had Andrew Leahey. At 3 o'clock, Rosie Flores. And Drew Holcomb is with us now. It's so great to see you.
Thank you for having me. I'm thrilled. It's a
It's
beautiful
so,
new
so good.
space.
Isn't this great?
Yeah,
Is this your first
fantastic.
time here?
It is, yeah.
So you know, we're in a church.
Yep.
And we do a lot of shows in the.
I've done a show, the Wired
Yeah,
In
you
show, downstairs, but I haven't been up here.
Yeah. Well, this is brand new.
Yeah.
And we're very excited to have it. And having something in East Nashville has been a goal for us because there's so many artists.
Yeah,
that
it's such a hotbed.
walk in and say, "Hey, I live 5 minutes. I can walk here."
I do live like 5 minutes away. I wasn't 5 minutes away, is why I was a little late. My daughter had a soccer game south of town, but I'm here now.
Nice. Well, I live south of town.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
trade. We'll trade. Yeah, you can get stuck in the traffic on the way home.
Oh, thank you.
I was stuck in it on the way here.
It's so crazy. Traffic is so crazy. And we love being able to kind of be the oasis in the
Yeah.
crazy when you're sitting on I-24 attempting to get somewhere. On
Yeah.
I-40 coming into town to see a
Turn
show.
on WMOT and
yeah, just chill.
chill. That's
Just
right.
be like at one with the universe of it.
Yes.
Which is the reason why, you know, during this fund drive, we ask for people to step up and become members to keep the music playing, to keep the oasis going. And you can do that either online at WMOT.org or by phoning 615-898-2800. But there's so much going on with you.
Yeah, we got a lot
I'm
going
just so in awe of kind of the cottage industry vibe that you create around your music and family. And I want to talk some about kind of how that all got started and how it's evolved.
Yeah, I think it's always been a little bit organic and accidental. I mean, even my band name started minutes from here. My then drummer had a house over here on Lytton, and we would go rehearse in his upstairs attic. And at the time, it was just me. I'd put out a solo record in 2005, 2006, and started playing with the same guys over and over again. Some of whom I had started playing with in Memphis, my hometown, before I moved here. And I said, we need to let's make a record, but I want y'all to play on it, and we got to be a band. You know, what's our band name? And I said, well, we all live right here. The neighbors. That's it. You know, naming a band is very hard. There's only a few good ones that have ever happened. You know, but there's something about music that always, for me, was about this sort of great tension between strangers and community, and I was very attracted to live music as starting in 9th, 10th grade, and you look around a room full of people you don't know. And you're all singing the same song, or There's just something sort of magical that was happening. Meanwhile, like what you guys do on the radio, you soundtrack people's sort of everyday mundane moments, but then that becomes sort of an internalized part of their community, right? And so music did that for me, and so I think it just sort of happened that that's what happened on the road with my band, and then eventually we added some crew and go in the studio, the same people every time. Made records with the same group of guys in my band for a long time, and gals as well. My wife Ellie was a part of the band for a long time, and anyways, it's just always been sort of this natural come one, come all, come participate in what we're doing, and turned into things like a festival and a record club, and doing a bunch of things I didn't know what I was signing up for, and some of it was really fun and some of it was really hard, and you know what I'm talking about. You guys are building something here.
Well, and you made your own way too, which is so interesting to me. It's sort of the indie spirit, of like not asking, the major label and having whatever that means, and but being able to figure out a way to do it yourself and do it organically is really like such a such a North Star for so many people now.
Well, it's interesting because it started, I wanted to be signed to a label, but I was making music that didn't fit any particular thing. This is like, 20 years ago when Americana was just getting sort of its legs, not necessarily musically. There had been people making Americana music, obviously, for generations, but as a sort of organized voice. And it's been really fun for me to sort of see that happen in real time as we're making records and as our career has been growing for 20 years. But yeah, doing it myself, doing my own label. I mean, we've had some partners along the way, but it's always been deals where we've still owned our rights, and that's been very important to me. And when I moved to town, I had so many people tell me, you got to go write with all the country writers, and and I would do it, and I would go, man, I just hated that. I had this idea that I loved, and now we wrote this song that I can't stand.
Well, the other part for me, too, is making an appointment to go be creative.
Yeah.
It's hard,
It is hard.
Strikes
It
you
is
when
hard.
it comes. I mean, the muse is going to tell you what it needs to tell you when it wants
I will
to.
say now that I'm older, though, with kids, I collect all those muses and just put them in like a notebook and on voice memos, and then I'll say, okay, Thursday, I'm blocking the whole day. I'm turning my phone off, and I'm going to work at it. And the muse tends to find its way back to me when I write. But the people who write like 2 songs a day for 4 days straight, I can't imagine how you would stay sort of true to yourself in the middle of that. Now, I know there are plenty of them that do, and I have mad respect for lots of folks in that world. But again, to your original question, that wasn't my home. My home was writing my own songs, recording with my own band, and making fans sort of one show at a time.
I like kind of how your footprint traverses Tennessee.
For sure. Yeah. Born and raised in Memphis. Yeah, I went to school in Knoxville, where I really started playing shows for the first time. And then back to Memphis, then back to Knoxville, and then here. So as a Memphian, I sort of was pretty hesitant about moving to Nashville. I mean, we're sort of raised to have a chip on our shoulder about this town. Some of it's overblown. Some of it, looking back, I was like, yeah, those are some pretty fair, But East Nashville had a spirit that reminded me of home.
Yeah.
An independent spirit, a little bit of a healthy chip on the shoulder.
And the other part is the belly of the beast, of the country music machine, which, is sort of has a life of its own, shall we say.
Yeah.
And just keeps rolling along.
It does.
To be able to make your own music, is really the goal here.
Yeah, it is the goal.
And the goal for us.
And to do it for a long period of time has been a real icing on the cake for me. I mean,
for sure.
I certainly started to do this thinking, if I get lucky, maybe I could. This is back when before Third and Lindsley had expanded. I thought, if I get lucky, maybe someday I could sell out Third and Lindsley, which held 280 people at the time. And that was my original goal. Wow. I was like, if I could do that, man, that's it. I made it. So people are like, how long did you dream about playing the Ryman before you played there? I'm like, I didn't have that kind of courage to dream about playing the Ryman, And now it's wild because we've probably played there. I think I've headlined 10 times, and it's just like, wow, this is a weird at
I
all.
love,
at all
too,
right
how
here.
many people we play that are playing the Ryman and selling it out and doing multiple nights. And,
Yeah.
you know, that is a real coming of age. That didn't used to happen.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, we have like the sort of the people who paved the way for that were really like like obviously Emmylou was like the main. She saved the Ryman.
Yeah.
And she's like, she's the matriarch of this whole roots Americana world.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Ryman is obviously the Mecca.
Drew Holcomb is our guest here for Public Radio Music Day at WMOT Roots Radio. Would you play something for us?
I would love to. I'd love to tell a quick story before I play the song. Speaking of the Ryman, we've done the Opry many times, both at the big headquarters, but also when they do the winter Opry at the Ryman. And the second time we did it was at the Ryman, and Vince Gill was the MC that night and introduced us. And fast forward to last night, and I played the Opry, and he was there, and he jumped up and played and sang this song with us. And he actually was on the record on this song too. So it's a song called Green Light, and I'll dedicate it to the legendary Vince Gill. The song goes like this.
I'm a stranger in paradise. I'm off traveling with my band. I'm a gypsy-hearted troubadour where the road don't ever end. She's the compass in my bones. She points me home again. My baby, she's a green light. Ain't never seen a stop sign. Umbrella in a rainstorm. Cup of coffee when the morning comes. She's a chorus of my favorite song. Smiles when I get the words wrong. Wildflower on the sunny side. My baby, she's a green light. I'm a schemer and I'm a believer. And those who know me understand that I'm a hard-headed dreamer. I got plans for all my plans. And when the ship has lost its way, she's a tide that pulls me in. My baby, she's a green light. Ain't never seen a stop sign. Umbrella in a rainstorm. Cup of coffee when the morning comes. She's a chorus of my favorite song. Smiles when I get the words wrong. Wildflower on the sunny side. My baby, she's a green light. My baby, she's a green light. And when I'm feeling down and low, and when the road is long and slow, she shines, she shines, shines, shines. My baby, she's a green light. Ain't never seen a stop sign. Umbrella in a rainstorm. Cup of coffee when the morning comes. She's a chorus of my favorite song. Smiles when I get the words wrong. Wildflower on the sunny side. My baby, she's a green light. My baby, she's a green light. Yeah, my baby, she's a green light.
Green Light, Drew Holcomb, along with Vince Gill on that song. And the first time I heard that on the radio, 'cause obviously we're playing it, I was like, wow, that's a country song.
I wrote a country
You
song.
did.
With the help of Lori McKenna, I will say.
Oh,
she
I
helped
mean,
me on that one.
She's genius.
She's the best. Yeah.
So great. So, and there's a new record.
Yeah. I've had this problem this year of sort of too much music. So we put out Strangers No More in 23, but we had really made 2 records. So we put out Volume 2 about 2 months ago with 10 new songs. And then this summer, my wife and I, who used to collaborate a ton and then have basically been sort of running parallel careers for a decade, we wrote and recorded an entire duets record so yeah, we just put out a new song with that. The rest of that will come out in January, and we're doing 30 shows in the first quarter. So
Yeah, I saw that song drop today, and we'll play that as our Monday Local
sweet.
Brew Daily,
Thank you. Yeah.
just so you know.
Yeah, thank you.
To the world. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep up with you.
Well, I made this thing where I did all these the festival and this record club and all this I had these entrepreneurial things I was doing sort of pre-COVID, and in COVID, I just decided, you know what, I like writing, recording, and playing, so I'm gonna move all this other stuff off to the sidelines. And my team is like, oh wow, we're making a lot of music, we're making a lot of records, and I'm like, well, I mean, I'm only recording about half of what I'm writing.
Whoa.
But it's like something about this era for me has just made me really want to write a lot, want to record a lot, and I've found these parts of my voice, and my band feels like it's sort of clicking on all these different levels. And so we're in our, to steal from Taylor Swift, we're in our Willie Nelson era of putting out a record every 9 months.
It seems more often than that, but
Yeah, totally.
So it is Public Radio Music Day, and I did want to ask what public radio airplay has meant to you through the years.
Well, first off, I would say even before I was ever played on the radio, if you go into any car I've ever owned, number one is going to be wherever I lived is going to be sort of the local, public radio music station. It felt like always a place where my tastes would it was good soil for my musical tastes. Well, I don't know about that. What's that? There's a jazz show in the morning, or there's an interview with somebody playing live, or there's a rock show in the afternoon. There's all sorts of. It was like there's just a great sort of spirit of discovery for me as a fan on public radio. And then once I started making music, to our earlier conversation, I didn't have a prayer without a label of getting on these big commercial stations. And so I would pound the pavement everywhere I went to. At the time we were doing coffee shops and bars, and anywhere that would host us, and we would try to get to go talk to the local public radio station, and we've made friends and fans all over the country, and really all over the world, because I find a lot of people also tune in online and stream public radio from the U.S., ex-U.S. So it's just it's a part of our family. We wouldn't be where we are without public radio. It's given our songs an audience, and we're sort of eternally grateful for that.
Since you mentioned family, of course, I had the aha moment when it came on TV. How did that happen? How did you get a song placement like that?
That's besides public radio, the major other way we've found fans besides touring is through TV and film. And for whatever reason, I've never really written for TV. I've maybe written 2 songs ever that were sort of, hey, we're doing this show, we'd love for you to try to write something for it. I've been sent those things 100 times, but I've never really done it because it always kind of felt, just didn't really feel like me. But for whatever reason, my songs, my voice, I don't know what it is, but the records, the way they sound, they've always found a pretty good home on TV and on commercials. And so the one of the big ones for us was we had a Super Bowl ad with Ford, family. Yeah. People get in their trucks and cars to go watch football or whatever. I mean, it's always so interesting. The most sort of beautiful one for me, I had my daughter who's now 11. When she was 1 year old, it was right before we put out a record called Medicine, and there's a song on the record called American Beauty, and my management team was already had sent it to people who had used our stuff in TV and film before, and anyways. Dick's Sporting Goods decided to use this song, and it's like the song's about like first love, heartbreak. I'm like, why is a Sporting Goods? What in the world is this for? So I was like, sure, but why not? They're gonna help us pay for the whole promotion thing on the record. Let's do it. So they send me the first cut of it, and it's basically a dad giving his daughter a basketball goal on Christmas Day. It's snowing, and then it fast forwards real quick, and they're playing together, and then it fast forwards again, and she's playing against her boyfriend, and then it kind of goes through all these things in the cul-de-sac with the basketball goal, and the line of the song says, I wish I'd held her longer, I wish I'd held her long. And right as he says that, he's hugging the mom, and the kid's driving away to college. And I have a 1-year-old daughter at the time. I'm like, this is not fair. I'm crying. I'm like, I got to go buy a basketball goal. But it was interesting for me artistically because I didn't write the song about that. But now the song has that sort of daughter piece of the narrative. That's the cool thing. You know, Jeff Tweedy used to talk about, like, you know, when you put out music, you're not really in charge of how people absorb it, receive it, and what it means to them. And that's been a very interesting thing with songwriting for me, because people might say, I love this song, and it's my favorite song about, I think about my grandfather, and I'm like, well, that's not what it's about at all, but sure, whatever. That's you do you.
It's magical.
It is magical.
You know?
Yeah.
I actually, when you were talking before, I was thinking about a non-verbal bit of music that I enjoyed earlier this year at the Grand Canyon at sunset, and people were blowing conch shells.
Oh, cool.
And we were all gathered, and it was just this really spiritual, everybody watching the sun go down moment.
Connected to the millennia
and
right there.
Just feeling this vibration of this, you know, rudimentary music.
Yeah.
It was so perfect.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
You know, we love that music can touch people in every way and create whatever emotion and be there to be joyous or be there to mourn or anything in between, you know.
It's a really good friend.
Yeah, it's
Music
really
is
great.
a really good friend.
So what are you going to play for us next?
All right, I'm going to play a song called The Sound of Moving Water. Ooh. So what you're talking about, since you're talking about the Grand Canyon here and the Colorado River, I feel like sometimes sitting and listening to water pass by has been sort of something I've always wanted to write about, and I finally figured out a way to do it. It's a song about getting older and making peace with it. So yeah, go like this. That's not the right chord. Hold on. There we go. All right, I'm ready now.
It's nothing like the sound of moving water. It's nothing like the waves across your feet. The whistle of a sycamore in autumn. It's probably gonna outlive you and me. Is that the way? Is that the way? Is that the way you start to feel when you get older? Is that the way? Is that the way? Is that the way you start to feel when you ain't young anymore? There's a river in the chaos of a holiday. There's a sadness in the joy of New Year's Eve. There's a quiet in the noise of the highway. What was lonely then is now a gift, it seems. Is that the way? Is that the way? Is that the way you start to feel when you get older? Is that the way? Is that the way? Is that the way you start to feel when you ain't young anymore? There's a range of separation keeps us moving forward, even though the past is right behind. There's a truth in the frustration keeps us in our corners while the world waits for us to find. That is the way, that is the way, that's the way you start to feel when you get older. That is the way, that is the way, that's the way you start to feel when you ain't young anymore. You ain't young anymore.
Drew Holcomb, our guest for Public Radio Music Day here at the Riverside Revival Studio for WMOT Roots Radio, and it is also Fun Drive. We believe in meaningful music.
Yes, definitely encourage anybody listening to, if you love music and you love new music and you love giving avenues for people to find that new music, and honestly, not just new music, it's old music too. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good music.
Yeah.
And donate, become a part of the family.
Yep. You can go to WMOT.org, click the donate button, or phone us. Until 7 o'clock, we have operators standing by, 615-898-2800. And I love what you create. I love how you craft lyrics. They just seem so visual and,
yeah, thank you.
Placed perfectly. I don't know how you do that. How do you do that?
I don't know how I do it. I collect words and phrases. I've listened well to other great artists that I love. I mean, John Prine interviewed one time, and he said that he likes to go and take a newspaper and try to find 40 words or something, 30 words, and not even necessarily reading the article, just trying to find the words. And then Jeff Tweedy says he takes pages and collects words and phrases on the left side and fills it up, and then uses the right side to put it all together like they're little puzzle pieces. I do a lot of that, and then, but one of the things I loved about Tom Petty was I feel like for a lot of his songs you could take each individual sentence, pull it aside out of a song, and it made some kind of sense on its own, just as a little single line lyric. It evoked a phrase or a feeling, or like every line is like a photograph.
Yeah, visual.
And then another one of my favorites is David Gray. I always felt like he did a great job of taking these words and singing them in such a way that you felt like you were sort of swimming in the sentence. I don't know what I'm doing, but I just like it, so I keep doing it.
How do you know when a song is done?
I'm not a perfectionist, so I tend to sort of get pretty happy with a song and say, all right, it is what it is. Let's go in the studio and see what happens.
Let it fly.
Let it fly. Yeah. If I was an adult bird, I would be the one who sort of maybe push the birdie off the limb a little bit. You got this. Come on. Those are my songs. They're fine. They'll find themselves.
What I also really love about, connecting that to the live music realm is that when you initially write a song, maybe it hasn't even exposed itself totally to you.
Absolutely.
But then as you play it over the months, it solidifies, and, it kind of takes a life of its own. It tells you what it wants to be.
I kind of tell young artists that, like, music making is sort of a 3-act play. The first act is the writing, and the second act is recording, where you get in the studio and you have these great musicians, and all of a sudden they go, oh, what if we did this? We changed the tempo, and we went to this sort of drum phrasing and this sort of tone on your vocal, and then that's Act 2, which is really cool, and it's going to be really intimidating and hard. And then Act 3 is like taking the song on the road, like you're saying, and all of a sudden the audience might reinvent the song as well, or the band reinvents it on the road. I mean, there've definitely been times where a song has sort of morphed on the road, and I go, man, I really wish we could go back and add that thing that we do now to the recording. But again, it's a moment in time. Nothing's perfect, and that's part of the beauty of the whole play,
And I love also having those synapses burned in my brain from listening to recorded music.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. I mean, Jerry Jeff, famously incorporated the audience response into several of his songs, which wasn't planned initially. But,
yeah, I love that.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
So you've got a date coming up in May. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about that?
Sure. Well, we've been very fortunate to sort of build a little bit of a tradition of playing the Ryman every year, and it's sort of become this May, June time. We did 2 shows this year, 2 shows 2 years ago, and 1 year before that, and so we're going to kind of try to make it an annual thing. And so we're doing Ellie and I are going to do a show at the Ryman on a Saturday night. And we haven't announced it yet, but we'll do a Friday night show too.
You have announced it.
Oops, I have announced it. I don't know when we're gonna technically announce that, but yeah. So we're gonna try to make that kind of a thing. It's been fun. People love to travel here to see shows.
Oh,
and,
for sure. It's an event,
It's an event, yeah.
Totally. And that's so great. I mean, the Ryman's lineup these days, as I referenced earlier, is so many people that we love playing the stage. And they're all different. I mean, it's not like, a monotone kind of situation.
Not at all. Yeah. My favorite sort of Ryman memory as a fan, one of my favorites, is the back-to-back nights I went to see with Ellie, Death Cab for Cutie, and then the next night we saw Christofferson solo acoustic. And you couldn't have had, at the Death Cab show, we felt like we were the oldest people in the room. And at the Christofferson show, we were definitely the youngest people in the room. We were probably 30, 35 at the time. And two completely different shows, one massive production and band and lights, and then Christofferson, one light on him, one guitar, microphone, and a guitar line, played 2 hours. And the only words he said to the crowd after every song, "Thank you." And I was like, this is what I want to do when I grow up.
What a joy to have seen Christofferson, especially like that.
Yeah.
I have memories of seeing Prine at the Ryman that were similar, that were just, they elevated everybody in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Patty Griffin there multiple times, Prine, Christofferson, Tom Waits. I was at that show. Just like that place. Flaming Lips. Ellie, my wife, was at the Coldplay show in 2003. Just like, what are we doing? This place is awesome.
I just
Dolly
saw
Parton
Squeeze.
There.
I saw
Really?
Squeeze there a couple of weeks,
Yeah,
months
it's so
or so
fun.
ago.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
Talk about walking on that stage and experiencing the meaning of this temple.
Yeah. Well, I have a good friend. His name's Bear Reinhardt. He's got two bands that people know pretty well. One's called Need to Breathe, one's called Wilder Woods. And he has been a bit of an older brother figure to me. Took us on the road, shared us with his fans back when we didn't have a lot of our own. And so when we played the Ryman the first time, he said, "I'm coming." Brought him backstage before the thing, and right before I went on stage, they had played the Ryman by this point 4 or 5 times themselves. And he grabbed me by the shoulders and he goes, "Hey, let the show come to you." And I was like, okay, that feels like a great. So I went out on stage, and the first 5 seconds, I think everybody knew how much it meant to me. The crowd really knew. And so they gave us sort of a really long ovation as we came on stage. And instead of, jumping right into the song and starting the show, I just told the band, let's just take it in, This is crazy. I can't believe we got to this place in our career. And, so that set the tone for the show, letting it come to us. And a lot of fans will ask me, like our friends, why is the Ryman so special? And I said, well, it's obviously the history, and it's mainly the sort of the good ghosts, in the room. And it's also a great sounding room. But really, what happens there, I tell people, the reason you want to see one of your favorite acts at the Ryman or at Red Rocks or at the Troubadour, in these magical historical places, is because the artists are sort of carrying the weight of history on their shoulders that night, and they want to honor that. And you get that as a fan. You can feel that in the room versus just playing, any old House of Blues in whatever place, which those are fine too, and you do your best for your crowd every night. But then there's special nights, and Ryman always does that. So that's what it's like for me when we get to do that. The strangest one, though, is we did a show coming out of COVID 21, which was socially distanced, and so we played to like 400 people in the Ryman. They were all spread out with masks on, and it was live streamed. And it was really like a bizarre experience to be in basically an empty Ryman. But those 400 people absolutely brought it because they were so thrilled to be in there. Because tickets went on sale, and they snapped up in a heartbeat. So that was our most strange night at the Ryman. But then we've had so many other wonderful times there.
So great.
Yeah.
Would you play another song for us?
I would love to. Yeah. I'll play this song that's been played a lot by public radio all around the country. Our first number one on Americana radio. I'm gonna tune though real quick just because this guy got a little sharp on me in the last song. I think your radio audience would appreciate it being in tune. It's not just that one, is it? Well, my guitar player always says that 30 seconds of awkward tuning is better than 3.5 minutes of an out-of-tune guitar.
And while you're doing that, I will remind people you can call us with your donation at 615-898-2800 or go online and click the donate button at WMOT.org. It's Fun Drive as we get to bring it to you. Drew Holcomb.
Yep. This is a song about it's called Find Your People, and it's a song about finding your people, which sometimes you can do in a place like listening to music you love on the radio. So dedicate this one to all you guys out there listening to WMOT.
You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel all right, the kind you want to stay up with all night. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel whole. They won't leave your side when you lose control. The ones that don't let you lose your soul. You gotta find your people, the ones that get the joke, who understand what you're saying before a word is spoke. You gotta find your people that put the needle in the groove. When you're together, you got nothing to prove. When you're together, you got nothing to lose. In a world full of strangers you don't know to trust, all you see is danger, trying to find what you lost. Can't go it alone, everybody needs help. You gotta find your people, then you find yourself. You gotta find your people that'll call your bluff, who will ride along when the road is rough. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel equal. They pick you up and don't put you down. They help you find your way in the lost and found. In a world full of strangers you don't know to trust, all you see is danger, trying to find what you lost. You can't go it alone, everybody needs help. You gotta find your people, then you find yourself. The ones that understand you, the ones that lend a hand to you, the ones that don't demand anything from you. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel all right, tell you the truth and wish you well. You gotta find your people, then you find yourself. You gotta find your people, then you find yourself. You gotta find your people. You gotta find your people. You gotta find your people.
Drew Holcomb, our guest for Public Radio Music Day. I love that song.
Thank you.
And I love that these are songs you can share with your kids that are positive and kind of give them an insight into how to live. And
yeah, it's a little bit of a, I thought for a while when I was a kid I was going to be a preacher, and instead I became a musician and songwriter. And so it's always been a little bit of me preaching to myself. You know, people say, is this song inspirational or like, is that what you have or what you want? You know, so well, it's sometimes a little bit of both. Yeah,
it's a beautiful way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and we love that you came and played for us for Wired In.
Yeah.
Of course, we want to remind people that Wired In is one of the levels you can come in on. It's $20 a month. We offer 2 tickets to our concert series every single month. And
did I hear you say earlier that Amethyst is coming?
Amethyst is coming in December.
Yeah, everybody, you need to get on that.
It's Amethyst and Ron Pope.
Oh, wow, that'll be a great show.
Yeah, December 11th, and Mindy Smith and Ray Benson coming in January.
Cool.
Yeah,
Very
that's
cool.
January 8th, yeah.
And Mindy's finally putting out some
Finally,
new music
we're so
again.
happy to have new music from her. It's been a while.
It has been a long time.
And, you know, we have been playing, you know, Come to Jesus from the start of WMOT's Roots Radio 8 years ago, you know.
Yeah, it's a classic.
But it's great to be able to, you know,
good
and
for her.
Jolene, too. We play her version
Yeah.
of Jolene. But, yeah, it's just been amazing amassing this library that's growing, you know, beyond 15,000 songs now. And we're always like kind of getting word about somebody else that we need to dig deep into their catalog, you know, and start bringing them forward as well. And, you know, to be able to nurture youngins and, you know.
Well, it's even good for me. I mean, I sometimes get stuck listening to the same music over and over again. And I find new music listening to you guys too. So I'm not just telling other people to do something, I'll do it myself.
Thank you. We should have stock in Shazam.
You really should. Yes, for sure.
People tell us all the time, I was in
listening.
my driveway.
Yeah. I literally did that 15 minutes before we got on the
house.
air. Listening to the Biscuit song. I was like, that's a great song. What is that?
Oh, I love that. That's brand new.
Yeah, really
Jordy
good.
Lane.
Yeah, fantastic.
So cool.
song.
So yeah, we have our ear to the ground. You know, bring us new music. We love hearing from people and you know, getting to sample things and just you never know where it's going to come from. And sometimes it comes through Facebook and sometimes random. I could see somebody in the airport in Dallas playing and take a picture of their card by their guitar case and go, you know, search them out and see what's going on with them. So it comes from every direction, and we love being able to do that. That's part of our job, to create community and keep the music alive and fresh and interesting and keep moving it down the field some. And thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor. Yeah.
Drew Holcomb for Public Radio Music Day for WMOT Roots Radio. We'll see you back here tomorrow. I'm taking off, going to get some dinner.
Me too.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for having me.